assessment. And he has an extraordinary resume, which I have been looking through since yesterday, and it was the first time when Luis told me about Dr. Sanchez. And he has told me not to speak about his resume, and he's going to introduce himself. But I do have to say that I am really, really honored that he is here. He's an extraordinary teacher, an inventor, he's a designer, and he has so many accolades and patents and inventions. And also he has degrees in engineering and public health, and really a very creative and very excellent background. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this beautiful place and to talk about something so relevant. Before we start, I just would like to know, most people here are either city planners, engineers, architects, policymakers, those things. Am I right? Then this is the right presentation. No, well, let me introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Ramon Sanchez. I'm director of the Sustainable Technologies and Health program at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. So we are your neighbors, just a few blocks away. My office is in the Landmark Center, like they call it the Sears building. Some people call it the Sears building. Well, that's where my office is. And something that we do, you may be wondering why people in public health are related to climate change preparedness. Well, because if we don't, people will die. Have you seen what happened in the recent weeks? Have you seen Peru, for example? The lands, the slides, all of the things that they are having. Some issues in Pakistan, China, any other place. Some places we have droughts. We don't have a lot of water. We have less water. So how do we plan for that? And how do we make sure that our cities will be ready for that? And that is the whole matter with the conversation. So my profession, before I became someone in public health, I used to be an engineer, an automotive engineer to be exact. And so what happened at the time is I was designing all of the systems to last for a long, long time. So we have to do a lot of risk assessment. Let me tell you about one of the systems that I designed. So you heard about the tire pressure monitoring system. Yeah. Have you seen it? Yeah. Well, that one, that's my baby, okay? And the tire pressure monitoring system is inside the tire. It's a sensor attached to the rim. It's going at an insane speed, just going and going and the whole thing. Temperature may go from -30 to 140 Celsius, the temperature of the rim right there. And it has to work, perform, and tell you pressure, temperature, acceleration, and other information. And it has a wireless battery inside. Well, I have to make that thing to last for 10 years. And that's how we got into risk management or risk assessment. So the reason why I ended up in sustainability was because I got promoted after so many systems that are still there. I got promoted, and I became director of operations for a company. And so I was running manufacturing companies. And one time, the governments of California and Baja California and Mexico started to give fiscal incentives for sustainability. They say that if we had like sustainable processes and sustainable product design, then it will be tax deductible. So immediately overnight, I'd say that everything was going to be sustainable. I didn't know what it was, okay? So I got people from Boston to help me out, to figure out what sustainability was. And we ended up saving a lot of electricity, water, improving the yields for all of the raw materials that we have at my factory, and redesigning products to make them really sustainable. To make things short, what happened is that we ended up saving $68 million in 14 months. And since I didn't know what sustainability was, I knew how to do cost reductions, but not sustainability. And let me tell you something else. We reduced the environmental footprint for my products, all of the products for the factory, by about between 32 to 35%, okay? So it was cheaper, it was better, and more sustainable. and I wanted to learn how to do that. So I came to Harvard to learn how to estimate health and environmental impacts, for sustainability. And I don't know how something led to another, and then I got a doctoral degree at the Harvard School of Public Health, and here I am. But I still have my engineering core, and I maintain it, and particularly in something important like climate change preparedness, it's really, really handy. So I think that you have seen this picture before. So this guy protected his home, protected his investment, even though everyone say that he was crazy, but his house was still there at the end of this, they call it a 500, it's extreme weather event. Well, it wasn't a 500-year event anymore because it happened every like 25 years in this community. So this guy got ready and prepared. But in order to do that, you have to have a vision. What do you need to do in order to prepare for that? And that's precisely what the topic for this conversation will be today. So let's just start. I'm not going to read the outline because we will go through all of these topics like climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and vulnerability assessment and resiliency and enhancement in a few moments. So I'm just going to go into climate change itself. This is the reason why we have these extreme weather events. So this is planet Earth, and we are orbiting a star that is wonderful, okay? It's giving us energy every single day, and you see that thin layer, that it seems like a haze surrounding the planet? That is the atmosphere. If you wanted to make a good analogy about the atmosphere, take an apple, peel it a little bit, and that peeling of the apple will be equivalent to Earth's atmosphere. That is the thickness of the atmosphere, okay? So that's where we live. That's where everything that we have seen that is alive lives, and we have to take care of that. But the important thing about it is that it is changing a little bit. This picture is actually from this year, from January 15, and it shows how it has a dynamic change. Everything's changing in the atmosphere. And it seems like the problem is that we are causing a major shift in our atmospheric patterns. And regardless of what some people say, we are doing it. We are doing this. So how is that happening? This is the greenhouse effect. And this is what is keeping us alive here. Without the greenhouse gas effect, the medium temperature of planet Earth will be minus 12 Celsius, which is like what? Like 20 Fahrenheit, probably 10 Fahrenheit, I don't remember. Still, it will be frozen. It will be a snowball, okay? So the greenhouse gas effect by itself is not bad. The problem is that when you overdo it, then it's extremely bad. It's almost like if I give you a winter jacket in the summer and I say, wear it. You will still be alive, but you will not be comfortable, okay? And so that's what is happening with our planet, because we are increasing the concentration of greenhouse gases that are trapping heat, and that is affecting the weather patterns. And you'll see why in a few moments. So this is the natural way in which it's done. Out of 100% of solar energy that we get, we are supposed to reflect about 65% of it. 65% is a lot, okay? And then the rest of it should be kept here. Even a minor percentage, like 0.5 to 1%, the increase in heat capture on the planet is causing a lot of problems. So these are the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing that. We have carbon dioxide. It comes from combustion of anything, thermoelectric power plants, fuel for mobile emissions, meaning transportation, for any of the activities that we do. That nitrous oxide is actually from fertilizers most of the time. And we have methane. That comes from where? Where do you think that comes from? Methane.
Cows.
That's right, cows, cattle. And that's about 14% of all of the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and we are causing that, okay? And so some people say that we are not the ones that are doing this, that this is a natural thing. However, I would like you to see this inflection point right here. This is the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. That's at the end of the 18th century. And after that, it's like a hockey stick behavior for all of the greenhouse gases. They have been increasing and increasing. We actually reached the 400 ppm mark about 2 years ago. 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide. That it was unheard of since, I don't know, 25 million years ago. So we are causing it. It's very likely that we are causing this, okay? And so the rate is increasing. Before, when they started to measure carbon dioxide, the rate was increasing, I don't know, like 1 or 2 ppms every year or something. And then it started to increase and increase and increase, and now it's increasing even faster. And that's what we have right now. That's where we are right now. And can you tell me why you have like this up and down behavior for carbon dioxide? Anyone? Yes?
That's seasonal.
That's right, seasonal. Why? Why do you think that happened? That's seasonal, but why?
Winter.
Winter, that's right. Winter in the northern hemisphere. So we have more biomass on the surface, okay, on the winter, on the northern hemisphere. And during the winter, a lot of that biomass dies, and so there is an increase in carbon dioxide. And then when that biomass, comes back to life in the spring and the summer, it takes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and it goes down. However, the trend itself is going up. For the past at least century, has been going up and up. In 2016, and that is the most recent one, was the hottest year, according to all scientists. However, I don't know if you can see the trend here, but, it's very difficult right here, but out of the 10 hottest years that we have had, all of them have been in this century. All of them. The 21st century. We are in 2017. So, all of the 10 hottest years recorded in history, in the history of humankind, have been in this century. Okay? So, it seems like that is quite something. And this is a map of what may happen if we increase our average temperature by 3.3 degrees Celsius. And this is where we seem to be going right now with the current practices, with the current everything. So that means that is average. However, in the poles, you see this red, almost, I don't know, getting like, I don't know, really brownish, okay? That means that that's almost like 8 degrees Celsius. What would be 8 degrees Celsius, which is like what? Close to 12 Fahrenheit? So that is 12 degrees Fahrenheit hotter at the pole, the North Pole. What do you think will happen? The ice will melt, okay? And so that may actually endanger all the coastal cities in the United States and everywhere else, okay? And so that's where we are heading right now. And why do we have that? Why do we have this extreme weather, okay? The reason is because we are affecting the water cycle. Every time that we add heat to the atmosphere, so for every 1 degree centigrade increase in the average temperature of the atmosphere, we increase moisture retention capacity by 5%, okay? That doesn't seem like a lot, but that means more clouds. And that means that some places that were kind of dry before, they will be like absolutely dry now, because that's where the atmosphere gets the moisture. And some places that were kind of wet before, now they will be super wet. You will have a lot of rain there. And that's why you have this bipolar behavior of the planet where we have a lot of water in some places and not enough water in other places. And the reason is because the temperature of the atmosphere itself is increasing, and that's why we are having this bipolarity in the water patterns. And that's the reason why we have that. So anytime that somebody says, well, we had more snow last year, well, the year before, 2015. Do you remember that? It was awful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it was because of climate change. It was because of global warming. Regardless of what people say, it was because of that. We created a polar vortex that was generating an extreme event here on the northeastern part of the country. And that's why we had like 2.5 meters of snow. It was like up to here, remember?
Yeah.
And then last year we didn't have a lot. And then this year we had almost nothing. We have like kind of, but not so much. So it's because of this erratic behavior that the natural ecosystems cannot cope. Do you remember when we had like 70 degrees in, when was it, January or February? Do you remember? It was great. However, the animals that were hibernating, they were waking up, they were hungry, their metabolisms were increasing up, they were extremely hungry, and they couldn't find anything to eat. And then we had some snow. They went back to sleep, but they didn't have the fat reserves that they used to have before. So a lot of the species in the natural ecosystem, they didn't make it because of this. And so that is one of the reasons of why we are having that. And remember when I told you that in some places we were taking moisture and then other places were actually the recipients of moisture. So let me tell you, this is very evident right here. This is the area where the atmosphere takes the moisture from. So that will be where Egypt is, where Morocco, it will be the southern part of the United States, the northern part of Mexico. And so moisture goes up, and then it will be dumped in the northern part of Europe, the northern part of the United States, and southern Canada. That's where you will get the water. So that's why we have this erratic behavior. That's why we are having this, okay? And so I don't know what will happen if we keep increasing the temperature of the planet, because then we will have more moisture. That may mean very extreme storms. And so that is the situation. This is a map that was developed to illustrate what the situation will be with water, with precipitation. So all of the red areas and yellowish areas, that means that we will have less water than today, less precipitation, less rain than today. And all of the blue areas means that we will have more water than today. So as I told you before, the northern part of the United States, southern Canada will have more. All of Mexico and the southern part of the United States will have less, and so on. So what does that mean? If you are planning cities in these places, what would you do? For example, let's plan a suburb of Phoenix, Arizona. What should we do?
Not planning.
What should we do? Maybe not doing it there?
Right.
Well, guess what? We can. But let me tell you how. There are technologies right now that may enable you to save 90% of the water that you are using right now. You could recycle 100% of the water at this moment. We have the technologies to do so. How were they developed? They were developed by our dear friends from MIT here, Harvard, and other places, and they were developed for the US Navy. For them, it was important to recycle water, to do the desalinization the right way and the whole thing. So they did it. We have the technologies. It's only that we don't use them right now because we didn't need to use them before. Now we do. Now we do. But technically, if we are thinking about Phoenix, we should be thinking about the built environment that should be ready for no water and very extreme storms when they come. You will get all of your rain in 2 days. So how are you gonna cope with that? And that's precisely what this map means, okay? What about Southern Canada? Southern Canada, that means a lot of rain. That means, guess what? It will be a paradise by the end of the century. I'm not kidding about that. I'm buying land of my own, in Southern Canada, northern Vermont. Why? Because I know that that place will be really good for humans. Really, really good for humans. So technically what you are supposed to do is to consider that when you are designing a city. Right now in Ottawa and Montreal and probably, many places in Canada, you have like tunnels to go around during the winter. Maybe you are not going to have that in the future, but you have to consider those things. And how do you plan for that? We will go through that process in a moment. But I wanted you to know that the only thing that will stay is weirdness. It will be weird. It will not be the same. Some people call it global weirdness instead of global warming, because it is not the same as before. We are supposed to have a spring day, and a lot of people will say, well, this is normal for New England. I have been here for 12 years, and I do remember when we had a spring. Last year, we didn't have a spring. We went from winter, almost like winter, to summer suddenly, okay? That is not normal. That is not normal. Okay, well, this one is Hurricane Katrina, and it hit New Orleans in 2005. You know what happened there. You remember what happened there. And this is a Category 5 hurricane, which used to be rare. You used to have one of these every 10 or 20 years, but now we have Category 5 hurricanes every other year, okay? In the Gulf of Mexico and also in the Pacific side of it. And then there are some people that don't believe in climate change, but they are suffering more than anyone because of this. So some people in West Texas, they really can't do agriculture anymore. They are unable to do agriculture anymore. And something that we have done for them is to try to help them with these new technologies to save water, save at least 50% of the water, to save their activities. If they were planting cotton or they were planting something else, probably they should go into another crop that will be suitable for the new normal for them. But that's something that is happening. And okay, this picture is very revealing. This is the same picture, well, the same area. And there are 3 days, of difference between both pictures. You can see the river. Well, the flooding was quite significant. And you can see the house that was saved right there. That's the one that I used for the cover of this presentation. But that didn't happen before. It is happening right now because of this extreme weather that we are getting out of climate change. And I believe you remember Sandy. This wasn't even a hurricane. They call it superstorm because of all the damages that it did to New York City. But it wasn't even a hurricane. And they didn't have something like this, so severe, since 1938. Okay, that was the last one. And well, you can see all the damage that it did, even without being a hurricane, and how we were really like not planning for it. So whole areas in New Jersey and New York, particularly in Long Island, were flooded. 3 to 6 feet of water. Could you imagine all the losses, all the property that was completely destroyed because of this? And some people would like to build right there. I have a question for you. If you were an insurer, will you give them insurance to build there, to rebuild there?
Risky.
It's risky, isn't that right? And guess what? Some people would like to rebuild there because they own the land. So what can they do? I can tell you something that we recommended, the Dutch, okay? they have a lot of experience with dealing with water and floods and the whole thing. So what they did is the Dutch designed a house that actually floats. Every now and then they have floodings. And so they have like 4 pylons, okay? Imagine 4 pylons. And they have holes in the structure of the house. So, and it can float. Anytime that the water level goes up, this house will float. And then it will have electricity, it will have everything because it's waterproof, and then it will go down. So the solution for some places in Long Island and New Jersey is to actually use new construction technologies in order to make sure that they will be resilient. They will actually be like invulnerable, but really resilient at the same time. And that's the way in which you can rebuild by design the right way. Some people are doing that. Some people, what they opted to do was to give up the first floor of their house, of their homes, and they put everything on the second floor, and that's it. Yes, you have a question?
Can you also redesign the environment?
Could you
In
redesign?
other words, there's too many clouds in one place. I mean, this sounds utopian and scientific, but I guess we have to think like that, is to move clouds, actually move a cloud to areas that are arid. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, actually.
And does that work?
The problem is that it will take a lot of energy. Let me tell you how it could be done conceptually, but it will take a lot of energy. So I'm taking this picture right here. If I wanted to move this hurricane away from New Orleans or something, I will have to have a satellite like right here, covering the sun. And then I will have to cover a very specific area to generate a low pressure point that will be a magnet for the hurricane. So we will be driving the hurricane away. However, the size of that satellite, the shadow of that, has to be literally the size of Texas. How do you make something like that? And so it is possible, not very likely with the level of technology that we have right now, but it is possible. Now, what about something else? About capturing carbon, for example. You see the Bahamas right here? This is actually coral, a coral reef and other things, okay? Well, what if, and this is something that we are working on right now, most of the interoceanic areas are like deserts, like the Sahara Desert. So any place between Chile and New Zealand and Australia, imagine that that is like a huge desert. Nothing lives there. Why? Because it is very iron deficient, so the organisms don't get anything, and there are not a lot of nutrients. Okay, some people are thinking about creating small robots that what they do is the following. They will take recycled iron from humans, particularly us. They will create like iron dust, okay? They will be spreading iron on the sea. And then they will be pumping the sediments from the bottom of the sea that are very rich in nutrients. And that way they will generate the specialized algae blooms in order to capture carbon. You could capture close to 500 million metric tons of carbon for every one of those events. So we can do geoengineering. We have the technical capability of that. Now, let me ask you a question. If we create several oases between Australia and Chile, are we going to affect the behavior of the animals in any way? You know, the whale sharks, they used to go to certain places to feed, and now they will know that there is an oasis somewhere and they will go and feed. Are we going to increase the population of whale sharks? Are we going to increase the population of big stingrays? Are we going to modify that? What will happen if humans disappear? Are they going to go back to normal? I don't know. That's why we are in a very weird situation now. And we may have to do that in order to survive. Well, you'll see why, because I think that I haven't gotten to sea level rise yet, so let me get there. This baby right here was Hurricane Patricia. This is the hurricane with the highest intensity ever recorded. 200 miles per hour with a wind gust of 235 miles per hour. So the category, the system that we have for hurricanes goes up to category 5. If this had been recorded in that system, there will be a new record and there will be a new category 6 or even category 7. And we just got this hurricane here in Mexico. Did you hear about a lot of people dying in Mexico for this? I'm gonna ask you like that real question. Anyone dying from Hurricane Patricia? It was like 2 years ago. Do you remember? No, me neither. But let me tell you why. Climate change preparedness. What you are going to see today, that's what we apply in that area. And that's why nobody died. But let me tell you something weird that happened after that. They had a tropical storm, which was like this, like very small compared to the big hurricane. And they weren't ready for that. They didn't respect the storm. So we have like 2 people dying of the tropical storm and no one dying and no property damages out of the biggest and meanest hurricane in history. And all of that because of climate change preparedness. So they had it, and then 2 weeks later, they dropped the guard and they had some problems. That's why we have to be ready all the time. The methodology that I'm about to show you is actually what they used in some of these areas. Well, something else that happened is happening all over the planet. So you heard about Peru like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Actually, there was one in Colombia like yesterday, probably, I don't remember.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of damages caused by extreme weather, and they keep increasing. And glaciers are melting. Why is this important? Because about, you can see the damages that it did in Pakistan. It displaced 20 million people. But glaciers are also responsible for providing a steady source of water for 2.5 billion people on this planet. About a third of the population gets water from glaciers in Asia. Okay? So, if for some reason all of the glaciers melt, right now they melt like really in a steady way, and so they become like streams that become rivers and the whole thing. What will happen if the glaciers completely melt? Floods, that's right. There will be floods for a few months and no water for the rest of the year. Okay? So either they are going to build huge dams in China, India, Pakistan, or other places, or they are going to have a lot of wars for water. So expect that one, because that may be the next one. But still, it is because of climate change. And this picture is very revealing. So the red part means that water has melted, okay? And this is Greenland. Okay, so this is July 8th of 2012. This is July 12th of 2012. 4 years apart, 4 days apart. I wish it was years. 4 days apart. You can see how it went from some melting to all of this melting right there. And so part of the problem is that it is increasing the rate of degradation of the foundation of where the ice lies is actually being lubricated by water. And so ice is sliding a little bit faster to the Atlantic Ocean, and we don't know what is going to happen because of that. So this is how it looks like. It's a beautiful river. It's like the best water you could ever drink. It's right there. It's great. However, that only means that we are going to have a lot of melting for some time. And I want you to compare the ice cap in 1979 to 2009. And you can see the big difference. A lot of people actually claim that this is good for commerce. Why? Oh, easy. Okay? You could go from the port of, what do you want, Manchester or something? You could take this route, the polar route, and go directly to Shanghai without going all the way to the Suez Canal and then going the long way. So some people say, that is good for the UK, they say that. And then when I told them what will happen to the UK once that happened, once the ice cap was gone, they didn't like it that much. They will have only like a third of the land that they have right now. So it wasn't that cool to have commerce with China, you know? So the situation is actually increasing, and the thickness of the ice shelf is actually decreasing and decreasing. And some people that work in the Navy, the US Navy, they have information about the thickness of the ice in different places because submarines every now and then emerge in order to get air or for something else. And before, they could do it in very localized places. Now they tell me that they could do it almost anywhere because the thickness of the ice is very, very small. And in the Antarctic ice particularly, krill used to take cover on ice and feed on algae that was trapped on ice before, and that's how they survived the winter, okay? Now with no ice in the Antarctic Ocean, you may think that krill is great. No, it's being eaten by whales and the whole thing. Then what will happen is that they will starve to death because there will be not enough biomass of krill to reproduce. And so blue whales and other big animals are dying because of that. So, so what's in it for city planners? I have talked about all of this, but let me show you one country. This is Bangladesh right here. Okay? I want you to see this picture very closely. So this is what will happen to it. 1 meter of sea level rise, and it will displace 30 million people. About 20% of the land will be gone, and 30% of the crops will be gone. You want to see it again? Right there? That's Bangladesh. Okay? Who is going to take those 30 million refugees?
India.
Well, probably India, but more likely India would be like, hey, Russia, United States, you are guilty of this, you take a few of them. And then they will be like, no, not me, because they are like whatever, and xenophobia will kick in. So the problem here is that the guys that are causing this may suffer, but they are not going to suffer as much as some of these poor countries, Bangladesh, the Maldives, for example. A lot of the Micronesia will disappear, the Pacific Micronesia. So that is the situation. Now, I hope that this presentation is available for everyone because I want you to play with these two sites right here to find out how sea level rise may affect your community. So let's check. So this is Boston. It's great, you know. People are buying land because in the coastal areas, because it's great, it increases the value of the property and everything. Excellent, okay? Now, let me tell you what is going to happen right now. Even if we stop carbon emissions at this moment, this is what is about to happen by the end of the century. A 1 meter sea level rise. Okay? So what happened here? All of these coastal areas were affected. Most of the coastal areas actually will be underwater, some of them. So some of the high value property will be down. So this is 7 meters. That is what will happen if we keep doing what we're doing right now in Greenland. The Greenland ice caps melt. Okay? So, my God, well, let's see. We will have a few islands here between Everett and Somerville. A few islands, okay? Right now, where we have most of Somerville will be underwater right now. So, East Boston underwater. All of these places that were like high value properties, Chinatown actually will have a shoreline, will be great. So Cambridge, you see this place? This is where we are right now. We may be underwater here because of this great river. And Harvard University will be down. So, and that is 7 meters. If we keep doing what we're doing, it's very likely that we will get there by the 22nd century. Now let's see the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is not only that we keep doing what we're doing, but we do more. So let me see the island of Boston, which will be Beacon Hill, the Cambridge Common, a little bit of Chinatown, that's the island of Boston. All of these will be wiped out. This is where we are right now. We will be underwater. Brookline will be underwater. The island of Roxbury. So a lot of things will change. That is in 100 years. Less than 100 years. So how come I can walk downtown and see where the United States was born, where they did the tea ceremony, where they had the old customs house? It's still there, and it was there 200 and some years ago. And how come we are so reckless as to destroy everything just because we are denying the fact that we are causing climate change? So this may happen to Boston. Now let me show you another example for people that love Washington and they don't make legislation to stop the whole thing. Okay, so this is 1 meter. Okay, this is 7 meters, and this is if the worst happens. You see, this whole peninsula will disappear. Okay, so a lot of Maryland and Delaware will be out. Actually, most of Delaware will disappear. Okay, and Washington, D.C. will be underwater by the end of this century. You may say, well, nothing will happen. We will build dikes here and everything will be fine. Yes, sure. People with money will do that. What about people with no money? So that is the situation. And I wanted to show you what will happen with 6 meters of sea level rise, which is likely to happen if we continue doing what we're doing right now at the same rate the whole time. Okay? So Miami Beach, Fort Lauderdale will be gone completely. Most of the coast of the eastern coast of Florida will be gone. Most of the western coast of Florida, the Gulf of Mexico will be gone. Unfortunately, well, other places will be gone as well. New Orleans, gone. Absolutely gone. Carlos, you're from Merida. Merida will become a seaport now. Now it's like 25 miles away from the sea, but it will become a seaport. That may be good for the economy, my friend. We should invest in real estate. They don't listen anyhow, so, well, this is how our planet looks like right now. This is how our planet will look like if all of the ice caps melt. Check this. Okay, check Brazil and check Australia if you want to. This will be an inner sea in Australia, will be like super great. Most of Micronesia will disappear, Indonesia will disappear. This is even called the Sea of Azov. It even has a name now, okay? The Sea of Azov. See the Amazonian Gulf, I think that they will call this thing. Yucatan Peninsula will be gone, so no real estate anymore, okay? So the Baja California Peninsula almost gone. In Argentina, mostly gone. So, want to see it again? This is what may happen. So either we are going to start planning cities to be absolutely waterproof, that they float, or we stop the whole thing, okay? I know that it's, it's actually your job to start the work. We have started signaling the alarm. A lot of people believe in what we say, a lot of people don't believe in what we say. However, everything that I have shown here is science-based, okay? So, this will be the new United States on the 22nd century if all of the ice caps melt. So, surprisingly, most of the people that don't believe in climate change will lose everything. Like for real. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. So yeah, half of Massachusetts will be gone. It will be the Massachusetts Peninsula now. So this is where we are going right now. We may be able to stop it if we start at this moment, but we don't know. So that leads me to this. Anytime that you design a city, we should be thinking about two things: carbon mitigation and carbon adaptation. Carbon mitigation means to stop emitting carbon to the atmosphere. Anything that prevents carbon from reaching the atmosphere is carbon mitigation. Using hybrid vehicles, using solar panels, going to renewable energies, energy efficiency, all of those things are carbon mitigation interventions. And carbon adaptation refers to any activity to cope with climate change. We know that it's going to happen. So how do we cope with that? One example that I have is how to save the island of Manhattan. So they are thinking about 3 dikes, one here, and one here. And with that, they could take up to 6 meters of sea level rise. So have you seen these science fiction movies and everything where they have like these huge dikes surrounding New York City? Well, they aren't true, because what they are going to do is they are going to build the dikes somewhere else. And these are the 3 points: near Staten Island, and over here on, is it called Jamaica Bay? No, this is Jamaica Bay. I don't remember this one, but this is Long Island. Anyhow, they are going to build it right here. And so that will be infrastructure that is going to be built in order to protect New York City and most of the metropolitan area of, surrounding New York City. Long Island and most of it, like this Jamaica Bay and other places, will be gone. So that is climate change adaptation. And there is a trend. Most of the time, climate change mitigation refers to energy, photovoltaic energy, energy efficiency, driving hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, switching to natural gas, the whole thing. And most of the adaptation things refer to water and health. How do we prepare or make sure that hospitals are ready for climate change? Building dikes, building infrastructure to take the water. How do we drain the things really fast, because we will have like flash floodings? How do we do that? That is climate change adaptation. So this is what I just say, I think, right there. So climate change mitigation is related to energy. Climate change adaptation is related mostly to water and health. And this is important to note for any city planners. Think about this whenever you are planning a city. And now I will go to climate change preparedness. Okay, and I have several examples. So these are examples of climate change adaptations when they are lining up canals, irrigation canals, when they build new dams, but they let salmon, to go upstream and the whole thing. When you do hydroponic farms, well, now I'm going to talk about 2 concepts. The first one is vulnerability. Vulnerability, in this case, climate change vulnerability, means the degree in which climate change events affect you, affect your health, affect your housing, affect your infrastructure, your food supply, your transportation systems, your energy generation, and your quality of life as a whole. I have a very good example of that. Okay, President Obama, when he took office, and there was a snowstorm in Washington, he couldn't believe that Washington will be completely paralyzed by 3 or 4 inches of snow, when in Chicago, according to him, everyone was working perfectly with 3 or 4 inches of snow, and schools were working and businesses were working and the whole thing. Why? Because Chicago is less vulnerable to snowstorms than Washington. Washington wasn't ready. Okay? So that's an example of that. And what I have, the picture that I have here, it's about a highway that is going from the US border with San Diego to the city of Ensenada, Mexico, okay? This is how the highway used to look like. This is what happened after a big storm. This is not a toy truck. This is a real truck, okay? This is what happened. So they were very vulnerable. However, the cool thing about that is that they were also resilient, and I'll tell you the story in a moment. Resiliency is the ability to bounce back from any of these extreme weather events. Okay? I was using the extreme case of the house that floats, so it doesn't matter what happens, if sea level rise occurs or something, it doesn't matter, the house would be there. Okay? So this is like a super resilient system. You may have a flash flooding, but once the level of the water goes down, the house will go down, will go to its foundation, and it will be fine. Okay? So this is an extreme view of resiliency. Another one will be, you have a flash flooding. What if you have like porous concrete, and it could take all of the rain? Then you could take a bit, you could be less vulnerable and more resilient at the same time. So that's what you're doing. Bouncing back from any of these extreme weather events, that's what you will have there. And so when you do a vulnerability assessment and you increase your resiliency, then you have climate change preparedness. That's where we want to go. And that brings me to this road, okay? We did an assessment of climate change vulnerability for the city of Ensenada, and we saw that there was only one highway going north to the city of Tijuana and San Diego. And if something happened there, they will be in deep trouble. So the recommendation was to work on the secondary road, which was in a very bad shape, but still salvageable. And what we did is try to make it better, just in case. So you saw what happened to the highway, okay? But in reality, the only thing that it did, it created some minor delays in traffic just for going the other way to the other two-lane highway, which was in perfect working order, and you will use it just to get by that particular spot where you have the problem in the highway. And it was completely okay. So this is an example of how you can plan infrastructure thinking about what if. What if I have this? What if I have like a big storm, a landslide? What if I have a snowstorm where I didn't have it before? What if I have no water in the future? What if? And that's what you do in order to get there. And so the most interested party in part of my research are insurance companies. And the reason is because they would like to determine if they are going to give insurance or issue insurance to people that are in very high risk areas. And that's why they actually are considering all this science of climate change preparedness as a fundamental part of their business proposition, their business models, because if not, they will have to pay a lot. When Superstorm Sandy happened, the insurance industry lost a lot of money. And the reason was because they were insuring a lot of people that were in very high risky areas. But in very risky areas, and they decided not to insure them anymore. People went to the government. The government said, yeah, we'll give you flood insurance. And then they got hammered 2 years later. And the government decided, I'm not sure if I'm gonna give you insurance or I'm gonna help you out to be better. And that's why a lot of people decided to abandon the first floor and decided to build on the second floor and up. And that's what they did in those communities, okay? And that's how technologies like the Dutch house that I show you came to town. And that's how they have now new technologies to be absolutely resilient in case there is a flooding or a flash flood. okay? So, the most important challenges for climate change preparedness are the following. First, it's very difficult to know where it hurts. Absolutely difficult to know where it hurts. Let me give you one example. If I-90 is suddenly closed from here to Worcester, what do we do? Has anyone thought about it? Is there a big risk about this particular road? So what do we do? And when I ask this question, even to people that are city planners, they have no answer sometimes. They think that, oh, well, maybe we can use 93 to 95 and then go all the way to, I don't know, Garner or whatever, and then go around. Sure, that's a big detour in order to go from here to Worcester, Massachusetts. So we don't know where it hurts. Okay, let me give you another one. What will happen if the Park Street T station is flooded? That's where the red line is, all of the green lines pass through that, and the whole thing. If the Park Street T station is flooded, what will happen? We have a plan for that. And then you start checking that actually we never thought about it. We never thought about it. And some of the solutions are not very hard to implement. It's only that we never thought about it. And if for some reason we have to execute really fast, it will cost a lot of money. If instead we start investing in some infrastructure for getting ready for climate change little by little, in 40 years, we will be absolutely ready for the end of the century without investing a lot of money. The problem is, if we don't know where it hurts, we don't know where to invest, and we don't know how to invest, and we don't know what the possibilities could be. So that is the first problem with climate change preparedness. It is very difficult to plan for the unexpected. That's the second thing. Most communities are really skeptical about climate change and its potential consequences, even here. You know, the People's Republic of Cambridge is right there. And even then, when we did the climate change preparedness plan for them, they were highly skeptical about some of the things that were about to happen. And they did happen afterwards. And guess what? They were ready because people like all of us in the academic community were pushing for that. That's why they were ready, okay? And most communities are afraid of the cost of changing infrastructure. However, if they do it little by little, they will not feel it, okay? And that is the whole thing. That's why you are here. That's why you have to think about this. And that's why we are going to go through the process of doing climate change preparedness process. You'll see why. Well, how do we do it? In order to evaluate vulnerability and resiliency, I would like to show you one of the ways in which it's done. It's not the only way by any means, but it is one of the ways in which it's done. We are using the same methodology that NASA, the US military, and aerospace companies are using to evaluate risk, okay? And that is called failure mode and effects analysis. And so what it does is that it creates scenarios. Like, for example, I told you, what will happen if the Park Street T station is flooded? And you will be like, why did that happen? I don't know, it just happened, so what would you do? And then you are thinking about the whole thing. Is that going to shut down the trains, for example? Red line, very likely. Green line, very likely. So what are we going to do about it, okay? And so you start developing for resiliency completely. Like, for example, the tier rail that you can see that is almost at the floor level right there, probably shouldn't be there. Probably should be right there in the roof. And then it will be completely resilient. It will have very low vulnerability to floodings right there in the Park Street station because the energy will come from the top, okay? So this is something as simple as doing that. However, if we don't plan it and we need to do it in 1 year, we will spend billions of dollars. If we do it in 40 years, we will be spending $12 million this year, $12 million next year, and so on, until we are absolutely ready, okay? So you have to create scenarios. What about the MGH? What if it's flooded? We did a very small assessment for them, for partners in health, just to show them the vulnerabilities that they have. If some of the hospitals are flooded, where do you think the backup generator is? It's in the basement, that's right. The switchboard, the electric switchboard, in the basement. Therefore, they will be flooded. If I'm a patient in critical care, which I may be, because at that time I will be like 70 something, 80, and I may be in critical care in the MGH in the future, I don't want to die just because somebody didn't plan for that. What are the quick solutions for that? You change the switchboard to the second or third floor. You change the backup generator to another place. And then with that, you will be ready. So if power fails in the city because of a huge storm in the year 2080, they will have the backup generators working. They will have everything, the switchboards, and the critical care patients will be comfortable, and nobody will have to be evacuated. You see how it works? But in order to do that, we need to create some scenarios. Well, the US military created this methodology in 1949. So it has been around for 65 years. 65 years. And it's the military standard 1629A. Then some people from the military went to NASA to work for NASA, and they started to do it in NASA and apply it to the Apollo missions after Apollo 1. Do you remember what happened in Apollo 1? Should I say? Well, the astronauts in Apollo 1 were testing all of the systems before going into space. That was Gus Grissom right there. And they were testing everything. They were working on a pure oxygen atmosphere. They had one short circuit, and that was the end of them, because in a pure oxygen atmosphere, everything just went into flames and it killed the astronauts completely. After that, they decided to do this risk assessment methodology, and they did it for Apollo, and they did it for the beginning of the space shuttle until they stopped doing that in 1983. And you saw what happened in 1986. Okay? So, well, in any case, the first civilian failure mode and effects analysis was performed by the Ford Motor Company in the 1970s as after the Pinto fiasco. Do you remember the Ford Pinto?
I used to have one.
What was that? What was that? What was the Ford Pinto?
Mid-70s. It was a car.
It was a car and a truck, wasn't it?
No, it's a car, a Pinto.
Yeah.
The Pinto was a car.
Yeah,
It had a flat back.
That's right, a flat back. That's
It's
it.
very dangerous.
That's right. It was very dangerous because it got hit by close to the fuel tank. It will completely explode.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's why they decided to do something in order to change that, and they decided to use this methodology. Well, then after that, it was used by corporations, and after the Challenger accident, NASA decided to go back to that, and it became the standard procedure for risk assessment in industry. And now this brings me to this. You got these pages right here?
Does
Okay.
everybody have one?
Yeah.
Anybody who doesn't have this?
I believe that you have the occurrence and severity ones. Maybe not the detection ones, but it doesn't matter because that's like the easiest one. And so, essentially what we do with this is the following. We create one scenario, okay? And we say what the failure modes will be after that scenario, okay? The Park Street P station is flooded. That is a fact, it's a scenario. You don't have to question how it happened, it's happening, okay? So, what is the failure mode right there? Trains do not work. Which ones? The red line is not working. The red line is not working. Why not? Well, and then you check, well, the third rail right there exploded, and because of that, there is a short circuit in the whole thing. Maybe the green line is working because it's above the red line, but I don't know. Right now, I'm gonna limit myself to the red line. And so, right here, I have a table of occurrence. It's like the likelihood that it may happen, okay? And right now, at this moment, we truly don't know if it will happen or not. Nobody has done a study of the likelihood of having a flooded T station at Park Street. No one. So if I were using my own tables, okay, it's the probability is high with no information. Failure is almost inevitable. Maybe not that high. What about the second one, number 9? High with limited information? No, it's not high. High with objective information, failure mode is almost inevitable in the whole thing. No, it's not that. Moderate with no information? Not likely. What about low with no information? That will be a 3. It's a low possibility because it hasn't happened before, okay? It's not likely to happen because we have a dam, we have a lot of things. However, we don't know anything. We have no information about that. So the occurrence of that, until we get a study to find out the likelihood of having a flooding in Park Street, will be a 3 right there. This is how you use the table. Now, let's see the occurrence of a failure or a problem. I'm driving blindfolded in Kenmore Square. What is the likelihood that I will have an accident? Very high, isn't it? Very high. I have no information, by the way. So it's high with no information, and failure is almost inevitable. Yeah, that's the one. I'm driving blindfolded in Kenmore Square. That may be a 10. You see how it works? Okay. So it depends on how we create the scenarios. Like, for example, do you remember when the water main broke like 8 years ago here? Most people don't, but what happened is that for 3 days we had like no drinking water in Boston. So what happened there? It was actually something very unlikely, and but now we have the anecdote that it may happen. So for example, in this case, the occurrence may be moderate, but we have anecdotal information that it may happen again or something like that. So that may be a 6. You see, you have to think in those terms. And as with anything else, is practice, practice, practice. You have to practice until you get to there. Okay, so the occurrence is the likelihood of an event. And you get a number from 1 to 10 right there. The likelihood that Park Street will be flooded. The likelihood that I may have an accident if I'm driving blindfolded in Kenmore Square. The likelihood that the MGH may be flooded in 100 years because of an extreme weather event, and the Charles River Dam is toppled. I don't know. You have to work with this, okay? Then the other number is severity. Okay, severity, for example, will give you like what are the effects of that. One example that I have is a number 10. Failure occurs without warning and even endangers human life completely. Let me tell you what will be a 10. An asteroid is coming towards us from the sun. We will not be able to see it, okay? Not be able to see it. It will come without warning and it will kill people. That's a 10, for example. What if we have like the asteroid detection system somewhere in the moon or some satellites, and they tell us an asteroid is coming to Earth, it's coming through the sun, it's very likely to kill people. You have 3 minutes to take cover. That's a 9. Now you can see it, okay? And so severity could be something as it destroys a system, like when we had the water main breaking here in Boston, we didn't have drinking water for 3 days. It wasn't that bad, except that, you know, the Star Market that is in many places around here, there were panic riots over there. People were getting water and fighting for water and the whole thing. It was a problem, nobody died. There were a few people that were bruised and with black eyes or something, but that's it. Nothing else happened. So that may be like a 5 or a 6, I don't know. Well, no, it's not a minor thing. So it will be, let me see, a 7. Noticeable disruption of the natural ecosystems or human health. It is a major inconvenience for the community and it hinders the way the city works. That may be a 7. But as always, you have to read it and you have to practice for that. Then another one that you may not have, so I'm gonna read it, but this is like the easiest one, detection. Detection is like, I don't think that you have it, but if you do, that's great, but if you don't, this is like the easiest one. Almost impossible to detect is a 10. What is that? I have no detection means for that. Imagine that I have no water sensors for seawater levels anywhere. So I don't know where sea level rise is happening or not. I'm not measuring that. I have no sensors. I'm not even looking at that. I'm just flying and just waiting for water to come and rise. Something like that. That's a 10. You have no detection system. What about a 9 will be if you have some controls or no controls, sorry, but still you have some ways to see it. It's almost like, would you be able to, like for example, are you going to be able to detect if the water main breaks in Massachusetts without any sensors, if it's underground, if it doesn't make a sound, anything?
Depends on the type of leak.
Yeah, it depends on the type of leak, and it depends on the pressure of the water, and it depends on many things. However, what if, for example, and let me bring it down to something manageable. I have a sensor for pressure on the water system in Boston, and every time that I have a drop in pressure between 2 points in a pipe, I know that there is a leak right there. I'm detecting that almost immediately, and I'm detecting that all the time, meaning that that will be a 1 or a 2 in detection. That I have a very specific detection system for that thing. A 6 will be a double inspection. You know how inspectors go and they see the pipes and they are like, yes, oh, I really love the picture and the whole thing and looking at the whole thing, and they may be like laughing at a joke and they miss one. They miss just one leak right there. That may be bad, but that's a 6. That means that it's a visual inspection. It's a human, okay? Well, in any case, why do we have these numbers? I teach people how to use these numbers because what we will do after that is that we will multiply the 3 numbers and then get a risk priority number. So the number in a scale 1 to 10 for occurrence, the number in a scale 1 to 10 for severity, and then the number in a scale 1 to 10 for detection. For that particular failure mode, for that particular place or piece of infrastructure, we are determining how bad it is. One example, again, Park Street is flooded, okay? So I believe that the severity was like a 6 or a 7. The city doesn't work, so it's a 7. Let's say that it's a 7. Severity, not killing anyone, so let me see. Severity may be right now, let me see, it's not killing anyone, but it's very noticeable disruption in the ecosystem, in infrastructure, so that may be a 6. In severity is a 6. In occurrence, 6 or 7, okay, will be in severity. On occurrence, well, we have no information, but remember that we have no information, but it's very unlikely to happen because it has never happened before, and we have a lot of systems. So let's say that is a 3. 3 times 7, that's 21. And detection systems, we have no detection systems for that at all. That may be, I don't know, let's say a 10 right now. We have no way to detect it. So 21 times 10, that will be 210. And that will be the risk priority number. Okay? And so every time that we get a number that is a 9 or a 10 in any of the 3 factors, you have to do something. You have to do a corrective action in order to reduce the risk. or you take any you do a corrective action for anything with a risk priority number of 150 or higher. So in this case, for Park Street, we got 210, we have to drop that risk, we have to reduce that risk. How do we do it? Well, we have no study showing the likelihood that we may be flooded in Park Street. So what should we do? Study the likelihood that we will be flooded in Park Street. Okay, or we could reduce the severity or the likelihood that it will be shut down. How do we reduce the occurrence, the likelihood? Instead of having the third rail right next to the floor, we will put it like on the top. And that way the likelihood will be drastically reduced. Even if it's flooded like 3 feet, maybe the T will be working. Maybe it will be going at a very low speed, but it will be working. And service will be there because the third rail, it's right there on the roof. So that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. Either you reduce the likelihood for it to happen, you reduce the severity. What if we have another thing, like for example, if the T is not working here in Boston, we have like a specialized procedure of buses, and we are closing some of the streets that will only take public transportation. And that will be like a surrogate T that is working. Yes.
One of the interesting pieces of value from this, I think, is from a public agency standpoint, it helps them prioritize. You know, if you're the T, now you know we better pay attention to Park Street. Maybe it's installing pumps or
That's right.
After Sandy, there was a lot of talk, and still there's a lot of talk in New York about sort of the triage plan. Which stations do we have to focus on? What do we need to do? But without a system like this, you're overwhelmed. If you're a public agency, you just kind of throw up your hands and say, we have no idea what to do. We have no idea how to do a cost estimate. We have no idea how to plan an investment plan or a plan of attack. With this way, now if you go through your whole system and do it, now you can say, okay, Park Street we have to worry about, Leechmere maybe not.
That's absolutely right. And the important thing is this, it's not only transportation. You are considering food production and food distribution systems. You are considering energy generation. You are considering healthcare and hospitals. You are considering other things. And that's precisely what you do with this. So that is the importance of this. So let me tell you how this is applied. I teach people how to assess risk. I call it climate change vulnerability assessment methodology. And I teach like 300 people in a city how to do it. All the city planners, all the people that are building infrastructure, people in the community that are just living there, could be medical doctors, engineers, housewives, could be anyone in the community, absolutely anyone in the community. They know how to do it, and they work together in creating these climate change preparedness plans. If you do it with 300 people, let's say that 50 will tackle transportation, 50 will tackle telecommunications, 50 will tackle the healthcare system, 50 will tackle, and so on. At the end, they convey and they prepare the climate change preparedness plan, and they reduce vulnerability for the city, and they increase resiliency in a very significant way, because people that live in the community did it. I didn't hire a consultant, I didn't hire anyone else to come and do it, and then it will be a black box, and it will tell you what the actions will be. Let me tell you one example that is very clear. With Hurricane Patricia, okay? One of the actions was go and sweep your streets and make sure that there is no trash anywhere in your community. Why? Because trash will go into the sewers, and they will block the sewers, and then you will have a flooding. So everyone in the community, since they knew what to do when the storm was coming, they started to sweep everything, make sure that it was completely clean. So when the hurricane came, the sewers were completely and absolutely clean. In the meantime, city planners knew that they had to do an inspection, particularly in some of the most important joints of the system for sewers, like in order to make sure that there were no major well, they call them grease, whatever. I don't want to know what they are, but they claim that is like a grease ball that generates right there at the wrong place, and it will clog the whole system. Well, they were taking care of them, getting them out. They were making sure, for example, as well, that for example, water mains and everything will be closed at least for during the storm, and people will take water, they will take precautions, and they did it in order to make sure that the pressure, if for some reason there was a damage, the pressure will cause more damage. So at the end, it was like a very controlled thing, and they were just getting ready, and then the hurricane came, 200 and something miles an hour, and nothing happened. After that, they went out, cleaned out the whole thing, and it was ready. The problem is that they get complacent, and that's why two weeks later, they got hit by a very minor thing. Because they thought, oh, we survived Patricia, so this is nothing. Yeah, right. That's what happens. You can never drop the guard. However, this is what you do. This is essentially what you do. And so there is a table, which probably I'm going to share with you guys, but it's not a big deal. You could do it in an Excel spreadsheet whenever you want. So essentially it tells you what is the process that you are analyzing. For example, transportation. I'm making this up, I don't know. Transportation. That is the operation I'm analyzing. What is the failure mode? Trains are not working. The red line in this case, not working. What is the cause of failure? Flooding at the Park Street T station. So it's right there. And then you assess the severity, occurrence, and detection levels for that. You get their RPN, which in our case was like 210. And then you decide, am I going to do something, yes or no? And then you are going to assign someone a very specific task in order to reduce the risk of that. And that's what you do. And you keep doing that hundreds of times until you reduce the whole vulnerability for your city. The secret here is no single city planner can do it. You have to train the whole community to do it, because then it will be very accurate, because people in the community will know how to do it. Second thing, it will be very democratic. If we found out that the biggest risk is something in transportation, for example, anyone in healthcare will support that because they know the process. Anyone in telecommunications, for example, they will support this investment to reduce our vulnerability because they understand the process. And the other thing is, having an army doing this is really neat, because then you can do it every year. Every single year. It's not like it's George's job to do this thing. No, it's the community's job to do it, and they know how that they need to do it, and they get ready and they do it every single year. And that's how we do it. And so at the end we get the risk priority numbers, okay? For example, the highest risk will be first, and we know what is the highest risk for the community, and then the second highest, the third highest, and so on, until you actually know what are your most important risks, and then you deal with them. Once you deal with them, then you go to the next priority, and you keep doing that, okay? And you do this at every stage, and for every single transportation, well, for every single category. I hope that I have the categories, because I don't remember, but I hope that I do. But you have to consider very stressful situations, like what is the likelihood of having a big storm? What is the likelihood that we will have a snowstorm in Atlanta, Georgia, for example? We didn't before, now we do. And you saw what happened. The whole highway was closed, shut down for 3 days. People were there in their cars for 2 days. Okay, so you have to consider those things. And you have to identify key transportation, energy, housing, food distribution, and communications infrastructure in order to do the process. Usually this is what I recommend. I recommend these 9 sectors. So out of 300 people in the community, I assign 30 or 40 or 50 to each one of these sectors, depending on the size of the sector. For example, it will be health and healthcare infrastructure, meaning hospitals, meaning, for example, well, the ambulances, where are they? Fire truck and the whole thing. So I have to check those things. I have to check food production and food distribution systems. Like, for example, we don't produce a lot of food here, but where does it come from? How do we get it here? What if one of the roads is closed? Can we use rail, the rail in order to bring food to Boston? Can we use the airport? I don't know, but we have to find out all of those things. Water management and distribution. Then housing and urban public spaces. So for example, what if we have a heat wave? When are we going to have a 100-degree temperature in Boston in the next 10 years? What do you think?
Yes.
Very likely, isn't it? Are we going to have 5 to 10 days of 100 degrees in Boston in the next 10 years? Likely. So we have to get ready for that. How are we going to plan public spaces? Are we going to post like canvases or shades or something in very dedicated places in the city in order to make sure that people will be comfortable? Are we going to, for example, make sure that every senior citizen has access to air conditioning in order to make sure that they will not have kidney failure and then, God forbid, no dialysis or something and they may die? So we have to be ready for that. Yes?
Would they also have to plan for like a massive energy surge of everyone having to use all that electricity?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it could be, yeah, but in that case, what if, for example, there is a technology that is heat absorption refrigeration, okay? If I have a solar concentrator for some large buildings, it could be done. I have a solar concentrator, and then what I can do is simply use what is called the Einstein refrigeration system. Yeah, invented by Albert Einstein, by the way. And then I can use that in order to provide refrigeration without electricity to some of the buildings, like large auditoriums, like large buildings. Then I can put people there without using a lot of electricity. But we have to plan for that, okay? What about, for example, insulation? You use it for energy efficiency, but it may save lives in those heat waves because temperature will not rise as high, as it would without insulation. So, but you have to plan for that. And you're absolutely right. You have to think about multi-system approaches in order to make sure that you will be ready for that. Absolutely. Okay? So those are the 9 things, and usually I assign a few dozen people to each one of them, and they come back to me, and then we create a climate change preparedness plan based on that. Next year, we are going to analyze the possibility of moving the third rail of the red line on the Park Street T station to the roof. What will be the cost? Can we do it in a very cost-effective way? Can we do it during the weekends when they shut down the T from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays or whatever? Can we move part of it? Can we do this? Can we do that? And then you go on until you actually do it, okay? And so once you identify specific cases, you have to check what are the potential hotspots in order to apply this. That's why I have been talking about the Park Street T station, South Station, the train station, the bus station, the airport itself, things like that, hotspots. You have to think about those things, okay? Then, once you consider extreme situations, and then you do your climate change preparedness plans by doing scenarios, then you can prepare documents that will be used by city planners in order to plan for any capital expenditures for the future. Even if they are minor, they have to be there. And the cool thing about this is that the community will be on this because the whole community participated on doing a climate change preparedness plan. And I had one example. We may not have a lot of time because I can see the time right now. So since you know how it's being used, how we use the tables, we may not go into the mini workshop, but I'm just gonna go into this example. So this is a 1 meter sea level rise in the future by the end of the century, okay? And the Charles River Dam during a storm is actually overwhelmed. And the MGH is like right here next to the Charles River Dam. And the MGH is flooded. So what will happen? One example, in this case, well, identifying which are the likely places to analyze. I have the Massachusetts General Hospital and the Mount Auburn Hospital. They may be affected, so I'm analyzing those two. And in the case of Mass General, 1 meter sea level rise, or in this case, brine, in the year 2090. What are the consequences? So let's find out. The process is critical care for patients. The failure mode is there is no electricity for critical care. Okay? The potential cause of failure, inappropriate water protection for electrical switchboard. What does it mean? My switchboard was in the basement, it's flooded, therefore it's completely useless. That's what happened in the Daiichi plant in Japan, by the way. Everything was at either ground level or in a basement level. And that's why everything was fried by the tsunami, and that's the whole thing, that's the end of it. Well, in any case, the severity of it is a 9. It will kill people with a warning. You know, machines will go down and everyone will be like, I don't know what to do, but you know that they are about to die. Occurrence, it's a 4. Why is it a 4? Well, if we go to the occurrence table, probability, it's moderate likelihood. Okay, in this case, sorry, I'm on the wrong one, right here. A 4 will be moderate with solid and objective information. Failure occurrence for our process infrastructure or environmental problem has been fully characterized. It occurs in a moderate to high basis based on recorded information. By that time, believe me, they will have the information about that, okay? So it's a 4, and the detection is a 3. Okay, detection levels is a 3. Why? They have sensors, they know that it's about to happen, they have the weather reports, whatever. So at the end, you multiply these 3 and you get a risk priority number of 108. However, since you got a severity of 9, you have to do something about this one. So what do we do? What about doing a waterproof electrical system? Even it works underwater. That is a solution, not even moving the switchboard. It's only a waterproof switch. And then with that, you reduce the occurrence in a very significant way, and the new RPN will be 54. So you reduce your risk by half just by having waterproof switchboards right there. What about this one? So it's the same process, critical care, no electricity, and the potential cause of failure is that we don't have the electrical switchboard in the right place. The severity, this was another solution in this case. It's a solar backup systems for air conditioning and electricity. So the severity or the occurrence of this will go down, and the severity will not be as high, so the RPM will be 24. So another one that would be, on this case, for example, if we have something with a severity of 9, which would be there is no mobility, there is no way to evacuate patients from the hospital. That is the problem, okay? So if it's flooded, the MGH is flooded, you cannot get there. It's completely surrounded by water. How would you get there? Boat. We already have them. How are they called? Do we use them for?
The duck boat.
That's right, the dock boats. If we reassign the dock boats in order to evacuate everyone from hospitals in case they are flooded, then they will become ambulances, but we will have them ready. And so no matter what the operators say, the moment we have the flooding, they become ambulances according to the city, and they have to help, okay? See how it works? It's just like that. And we reduced the risk priority number from 243 to 54. Yes?
I, I really love this whole system. I have a question. So for example, if an occurrence of a particular event, and let's go back to Park Street flooding, the occurrence is like maybe 1 or 2, we don't know.
Yes,
you
yes,
know,
yes,
how
yes.
often, and then the severity is like a 9 or 10. To create to take the third rail and put it up is tremendous cost. So
But that
there
will
is
be,
so I guess what I'm trying to say is that something where the occurrence may not be as frequent, would the city want to spend, because that may be a sunk cost, because you never know if it's going to happen.
but guess what? That's why we will have to have a symposium within the city to say, are we going to reassign the dog boats to evacuate everyone from the hospital? We have money for that? Or are we gonna build the third rail at the top of the, on the roof of the Park Street? Now, I think that we have to evacuate people. Most likely it will be like that. So it will be the community defining what the next actions will be. And maybe not this year, but next year, we will be considering how to put the tier rail on the top. Then the year after, we will do like a pilot to check if it works. Then the year after, we will do just a few 100 yards just to find out. And then on year 10, it will be done, and people will not notice that.
Right.
That's how you do it. It's
Yes.
change by evolution, not revolution. Okay? And so, now, I'm gonna talk about your work. What do you think are the most vulnerable areas, or areas of opportunity that you could solve by using this exercise? Like, think about your communities. Where could you use it? Where could you use it? Transit, that's one. Transit, so, go ahead.
Affordable housing.
I agree.
Agriculture?
Agriculture, in some agricultural communities, it will be agriculture.
Schools?
The schools, yeah, like the schools and hospitals. Like, for example, what if we have, in this case, an amphibian vehicle in every hospital from now on? Whatever happens, we may need it, okay? Or the schools. What if we have this porous cement in every school, porous concrete, so it will never be flooded? And every basketball court in the city actually will take snow and will take other stuff, and it will percolate during the winter, and that's the place where we are going to store snow. I don't know, but that's precisely what we are trying to do, trying to find out how can we identify not only vulnerabilities but opportunities with this thing. So you think that you will be able to implement this in your community?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so. And the only thing is, you only saw like an hour and a half of this. Technically, it's a workshop that takes a whole day to train a community. It's like 300 people, but it's like a party, okay? You buy food, you tell them about everything, they tell you about the problems. The poor mayor gets like hammered that day, but it doesn't matter, because after that, he will be fine, or she will be fine, and it's great. People participate. And then after that, you create a body that is taking care of the health of the city, decreasing the vulnerability of the city and increasing resiliency. And they get like wonderful ideas. Like, let me give you one. In a port city that I was helping, they only have one road to come, to get in and out, like all Boston. Remember, it used to be a peninsula, and there was only one way in and out. Okay. Somebody thought that one of the best ways to actually create a secondary road was to, in case it was needed, a lot of the boats that they have in the city of a certain type will line up, and they will put pontoons on that, and it will be a temporary bridge just for the city. And they thought about it almost immediately. So my point with this is that it generates that mindset for innovation. And people know that, well, even if we get it, we will be ready for that. Okay? So they are not afraid of the weather or extreme weather events. They know that they are ready for that. The only thing is that they don't know what's coming. That's the uncertainty. But they are not afraid of it because they know what to do in case that happens. And what are the most important challenges? Do you think it's money? Do you think it's willingness? What do you think will be the most challenging thing to implement something like this? Say it again.
Prioritizing it?
Prioritizing, that's one. Or saying, should we do it at all? You know? Yes?
Long-term, thinking long-term.
Long-term thinking. Most politicians, they think in 4-year terms, in 8-year terms or something, that's all. However, most city managers, they are thinking about decades. So let's go to the city managers in order to implement something like this. Anything else?
Maybe changing policies.
Maybe changing policies, you're right. There may be some policies within the city that preclude some people from participating in that, people that are not in government. If you are not, certified in order to participate, certified vulnerability assessor or something like that, you can't participate. No, it has to be the whole community. Anything else?
A buy-in?
Yep, I agree. So, let me tell you what is the cool thing. We are recording this, okay? This is like a sales pitch for a lot of cities. If you show it to a lot of city managers and they are interested, we can create a joint program between BU and Harvard to have this educational program, and we could do it online if we wanted to.
Absolutely, and I know just the right people for us to have the next conversation. Absolutely.
And it doesn't cost that much.
No.
It doesn't cost that much, and we could do a mass education effort so people can be resilient and they can reduce vulnerabilities in their communities, and that's what we are looking for right here. Okay, and I think that that's all. Questions, comments about this? Yes.
I think that also, different communities also need to come together. I mean, it's fine that, we have these meetings, we have the kumbaya, I should say, with other communities, but putting it into practice, that's a different story, because if I'm in one community, I'm gonna need your help. It seems like the buck is gonna get passed around. How do you prevent that?
Well,
Because that happens everywhere, you know that.
yes, but one of the ways is to actually, there is a movement that is called 100 Resilient Communities or 100 Resilient Cities, and they share the lessons learned on how to deal with these issues all the time and how to avoid people from passing or kicking the can or
Or
passing the
ignoring.
bucket or not participating. Like, there is a whole chapter on how to shame elected officials into actually working on this, and how to do the inception to tell them that it was their idea to actually do it and to get most of the credit and the community benefits at the end. Like for real, I'm not kidding. I think that you have to get into that, and then you'll see how there are several things, there are mechanisms. But as I said before, this is just one way to assess vulnerability and to increase resiliency. It happens to be very easy to implement and very easy to massify. That's why I use this one, okay? But yeah, there are ways to get rid of that, because the problem is precisely political will is the most scarce resource we have right now. And that's why we have to use other arguments, persuasion arguments, in order to make sure that there is some action about this. Okay, any other questions, comments?
What you said just now, Dr. Sanchez, is exactly the first line of this class we started with. So it's incredible that, there's a triangulation and it makes sense.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, I think that, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Ramon, for your lecture. In your experience, what's the best way to convene and engage communities and train them and keep them excited to participate? Because I agree with you, that's the best way to get the best knowledge to make a proper risk assessment, because in our experience, in our industry, sometimes we didn't assess the risk correctly. So we didn't put the corrective actions, and then we had the problem.
Mhm.
So you need a lot of inputs from experts, but also from the community. So how to grab all that knowledge, bring it together, and make a proper risk assessment. I think that's also a challenge.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my method. You'll decide if you use it or not. Most of the time, I go to city planners or city managers or the mayors, telling them that I have some cost reduction opportunities, okay? And they will be thrilled. Like, what do you mean cost reduction? Yeah, we are going to reduce electricity consumption, water, and waste, and the whole thing. And they are like, and that's a proven solution. We have done it several times and everything. And they are like thrilled. However, in order to do that, you will have to sponsor the community. The 300 people that are gonna learn this, you have to help me to rally them into accepting this educational program, and you have to support them, because if not, you are not getting any savings. And then what will happen is that the government will support this, so people will be trained for free. And once they participate in this, let's say that BU and Harvard were giving a very small certificate of participation in the program. For that piece of paper, they will do wonders. They will do the climate change preparedness plan of the city for free and the whole thing. Then after that, you have to create an NGO to keep it going every single year, okay? And then at the end, it will be an integral part of the community, and it will keep going all the time. It may get funding or grants from the government itself, or from other organizations like the Inter-American Development Bank, the North American Development Bank, the World Bank, and other places, just to keep that organization going, because they know that because of that, you will be resilient and less vulnerable to climate change all the time. And that's why I will be supporting your organization. And as long as you don't make it a political organization, it will be impervious to the political ups and downs from different parties, and you'll be fine. And if you keep membership really high, then that will happen, because people from one party will be in power one year, and people from another party will be in power the other year. But all of them belong to the organization. Okay? Good. Yeah.
I just have another point. With Trump in office, it feels like now I'm starting at square one again. With the Paris, he wants to get us out of the Paris Agreement with climate change, and I feel very discouraged, and I feel like I'm starting down at one again. So what do you say to people that feel that way too?
First, don't be so concerned, because we have the solutions. We just have to change the language that we use in order to address these things, okay? So let's say that I was in another state, one that I showed here that had a huge drought in that western part of that state, where they don't believe in climate change, okay? I would not call it a climate change preparedness plan. I will call it an independence and reliability plan for the community. I will use the most patriotic name I could
Bring
do,
agriculture
and I
back.
will do exactly the same thing that I'm doing, but I would do it for energy independence, to make sure that nobody will be able to dictate what kind of energy we use, to make sure that you will be as independent from the government as you can, and the whole thing. So the language changes, however, the tools are the same. At the end, they end up doing exactly the same things. And the difference is how you use the language. If you tell them, I'm doing it because of the seals and the polar bears, no way. People in Western Texas will not care about that. However, if you tell them that it's in order to be energy independent, to reduce electricity bills, to save water, so you could use it for what you want. For example, they don't let you water your lawn because there is no water. So I'm fighting to keep those leaks out of the system so you could water your lawn. I know that that is not like the optimal thing to do. However, if you are saving from the leaks, you are wasting 40% of the water. And just by watering the lawns, the lawns, then you only use like 5% of that water that you avoided, from being wasted, you're fine. It's only how do you change the language. It's almost like
Yeah.
convince them that you are doing it for the money, not for the environment. At the end, they are so highly correlated that it doesn't matter what you do. Because you will be doing it for both things. However, some people care about the money and some people care about the environment.
Well, that's one of the reasons why this is, precisely the right time to do this, because every year environmental issues and monetary concerns become more tightly coupled.
Mhm.
And so I think you're exactly right. You don't even have to talk about the environment. It's almost all the same now, because so much of what's driving at least public and private costs are environmentally derived now. So you can use one set of paradigms and language in one community. In Cambridge, you can talk about seals and polar bears.
Yeah,
In Texas, you don't, but who cares?
that's right.
If we're solving the same problem, who cares?
That's right, but you are solving the same problems and you are using probably the same technologies. Don't you think that people in Western Texas would love to have their buildings with air conditioning without using electricity and it will be free? They will love it. The only thing is that we have to tell them that we are doing it for the money, and then they will adopt it. Sooner or later, they will realize that it has environmental benefits, and they will say, by the way, I'm a green cowboy now. Who cares? That's fine, as long as they do it.
And also saving money is also a good thing.
I know,
Right,
it's
so-
good for the economy, because then we can use it for something else.
Right.
But my point is, let's change the conversation, because at the end, we can do the same things, but changing the conversation may help. Yes,
I think something yesterday, I think the Louisiana governor declared a state of emergency because the rising, the loss of land. So I mean, that's kind of promising in the sense that someone from those states is asking and trying to make awareness to at least like directly saying like we need help to Trump. So kind of promising, I guess.
kind of promising, and as you say, what if we say, like, in order to prevent this land, we are losing, my guess is that you are losing the sandbanks, am I right? And also at the rivers, what are we losing in Louisiana right now?
The land is just being
Eroding.
Yeah.
Okay, well, in order to, let's say that we have a new land strengthening system, let's call it that. Okay, it doesn't exist, but we call it that. And in reality, we are reforesting. We are making sure that there are roots right there in the whole thing. And we tell them that that is a land reformation system. They will love it. But we have to call it that. We cannot call it the climate change action plan, because immediately there will be like a big conflict right there. So my point right now to environmentalists for the next 4 years is be flexible. We are on the right side of history. We just have to call it something else. It's just not that we are giving up ground. It's just that we need to make sure that we have some advancement in these 4 years. And I agree with you, that's really encouraging. Now, my concern is that it may not be enough, because let's say that the governor of Louisiana is doing that, but not the governor of Mississippi, not the governor in Georgia, and they keep using coal-fired power plants and the whole thing. If instead we say clean coal, instead of saying it doesn't exist, well, there is a coal gasification process that may help in order to do this and that, which is in reality, clean coal in reality. It's only that they will never, ever call it that. We will never call it that, sorry. And so what will happen is that you have to advance this in such a way that they are willing to work with you. Like sometimes I use the words protecting God's creation. Okay, I do it. Because that will engage people into doing something, when in reality I should say, let's clean air, let's clean water. But by saying protecting God's creation, I got them immediately, and they are doing exactly what they are supposed to be doing, except that I'm using a different language. Not being cynical here.
Right.
It's just using the tools at your
That's what's
disposal.
important to them, so that's what you talk about.
That's right. Good. Well,
Thank you.
thank you so much. And I guess that you are going to receive both the tables and the presentation soon. And so thank you so much. Thank you.
I think lunch is almost served, so we can all hang out and sort of continue the conversation if you want to. Thank you so much. Has everybody had their lunch? Good, great. So there's a lot of food, so please feel free to, nosh throughout the afternoon. Only because we need to keep up our energies because we have an incredible lineup of speakers. And we have the panel session from 2 to 3, but right now I'm so pleased and honored to introduce Nigel Jacobs, who is the co-founder of the Urban Mechanics Lab and frankly has been instrumental in sort of creating digital innovations that help and are applicable to cities. And he's going to talk a little more about that. Apart from that, Nigel has done many more things, and if I'm to keep it short, he has created a network of civic innovation labs that span the globe. He's on several boards of directors, including the Engagement Lab of Immersion, Co-Organized Code for America. And he's also an urban technologist investments in living cities, and also an executive advisor, and this part I love, for WDR, which means that you're communicating the great work that you do. So without further ado, I want to introduce Nigel. Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for having me. It looks like it's been a great lineup so far, and I'm happy to be able to contribute to the discussion we're having today. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about our work in the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics, talk a little bit about things that we've learned, and then use some examples to illustrate how these learnings are born out in the work that we do every day. So I guess it's the format been to leave the questions to the end, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's do that. Okay. Honestly, if someone has a
If
burning
that's
desire,
okay with, yeah.
yes, if someone has a burning desire to interrupt, please do. I'm very, very interactive. I may not say the same thing though, if you interrupt and take me in a direction, but it'll still be interesting, I think. So, obviously, I mean, you're all here. So the world has really begun to realize that if you want to work on the big challenges that our species faces, increasingly, cities are the place to do that, right? It's the place of highest leverage. You've got the people, you've got the resources, often you've got the will, the political will. And so everyone is trying to figure out how do you work in cities to take on these big issues. Issues like a crumbling infrastructure, climate change effects, and I think I buzzed by one, did I? And obviously multi-generational poverty, right? These are all big, heady, difficult issues, thorny issues that takes a lot of effort, a lot of perspectives to solve. One thing I should say, none of these pictures are Boston, right? So this is New Orleans. Actually, there's two from New Orleans. That's New Orleans as well, and that's Detroit. These are more for effect than anything you need to worry about here in the city, but you never know. And what's interesting about all of this is that it's not clear at all, especially from someone working inside local government. Our government is set up in the right way to be able to take on these big issues. That's a big challenge for us that do this kind of work. And so as a result, many different ideas have been put forth about how to align the resources of cities to take on these big issues. One of them is smart cities. The concept of smart cities, there is no one best definition for this. It kind of depends on what you're talking about. But often, in general, the idea is to use data and technology to make the city better in some way. And it is often done in a very kind of set of verticals, right? So you've got smart homes, smart mobility, smart health, smart retail. The challenge with smart cities, when framed this way, is what do you optimize for, right? We don't live our lives, in verticals, right? You don't, leave your smart home, get into your smart mobility system, and then engage in the smart healthcare system, and then go do some smart retailing, right? We don't. That's not the way this works. We live like that, right? We live across systems, and so this is an ongoing challenge with this way of seeing the world, and also trying to solve these urban issues. So as I said, the question is, what do you optimize for, right? Is there one variable that you're trying to make better in the hopes that you'll be able to kind of fix the entire system? Interestingly, an old boss of mine had a way of thinking about this issue of what you optimize for. This is Tom Menino, our former mayor, Mayor Tom Menino, and he was famously a Luddite. He had I wouldn't even say a love-hate relationship with him. It was mostly his hate. But he was amazing in that he did have a very strong sense as to what our job in government should be about. And if I had ever had the opportunity to ask him this question of, like, what do you optimize for? I believe that he would have answered right away. It is the impact on people. How do people live their lives, right? So this is a mayor that was passionately committed to quality of life in his city. And he imparted that same spirit. I think, I have a few of my current and former colleagues here. We all had that same sense. It was very palpable. So here we have this sort of very kind of Luddite mayor driving change and innovation in his own way. And over the years, we've seen lots of other cities as well. So it's not only Boston that thinks in this kind of unusual way of trying to create these kind of people-centered cities and communities. We've seen this way of working and thinking across the world. It's a little bit fuzzy, but this is a field study that was done a few years ago by the Parsons School, and essentially the idea is to kind of map out the network of these public innovation labs. Some of these exist in the public sector, some of them in the for-profit sector, some of these are nonprofit, and mishmashes of everything in between. But what is clear from this is that this is really, and this is very much out of date. This was done in 2013. And what's interesting about these organizations is that they are dedicated to trying things, right? So these aren't sort of theoretical think tanks that are writing, churning up papers constantly. That's not what these groups are doing. These are teams that are trying things in different contexts, in different places, to see what will actually work. Let's try it and see. There we are, neuromechanics. And this sea change has been fascinating. I think it's really kind of changed the landscape. It's no longer, when you think of the way that we used to think about solving these big kind of species level issues, we generally used to think about them that you needed the United Nations and you needed sort of multilateral negotiations between very big countries with lots of money. But increasingly, these are attempts at driving change that are very local, or hyper-local in a lot of ways, where people are just rolling up their sleeves and saying, maybe Boston University and the city of Boston should get together to solve some of these issues, because we all have a big influence and a big interest in what happens here. And that's exactly what we begin to see. The good news for us is that our new boss, Mayor Marty Walsh, has the same vision. It's been interesting to me. He's a very different guy than Mayor Menino. But in a lot of ways, their orientation is the same, right? It is about livable communities. It's about people-centric communities. So we've been doing this work in neuromechanics. I haven't told you the story of neuromechanics. Well, the very brief story. So a few years ago, it helps to actually have a picture of Mayor there. A few years ago, so he was mayor for 20 years. Mayor for life. And so as he was going into his last term in office, from my perspective, he saw this interesting moment, right, where he was a much loved mayor, right? So there was some crazy statistic that was often quoted about how many people in Boston he'd actually met. It was a huge report. But he was very interested in trying to figure out what do you do with that kind of political capital, right? You could do almost anything, and he did many things, frankly. But one of the things he wanted to do was to kind of capitalize on an observation that he'd made many times and sort of said to us, those of us that worked there at the time, many times, and it is that it's not enough. If all you're doing is today is what you did yesterday, you're not delivering value to the public, right? Our job has to be about taking an aggressive approach to driving change for the benefit of our community. And so that was the starting point for my team, the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics. The name, obviously, you can see sort of where the name came from. Back when he was first elected in '94, he was given the nickname the Urban Mechanic. I think it wasn't meant kindly, but he took it and he owned it. And it was really intended, I think, to capture his very nuts and boltsy approach to city living, and to also what he saw as the role of government, and certainly of mayors in cities. It is to focus on the needs of people. We are in local governments, it's strange in this country that we use one word to mean the federal government, the state government, and local government. We do radically different things at each of those levels of government. In local government, we're mostly a service delivery agency, right? We pick up garbage, we make parks safe. We are very much about point of sale kinds of things. And so that it turned out that when he was first developing this idea, people were critical that this way of thinking and working in local government would be effective. But, 20 years later, I would say that he proved the point that was an incredibly effective approach to kind of not only making the city and the community stable, but also charting a path for growth into the future. So he created the Mayor's Office of New York Mechanics. Our job is to invent the future of city services. There is no guide rails in terms of you must focus on education or these three things. It's really everything. And that was done intentionally. There's the sense that we need to have flexibility in how we think about the things that we work on, where we look for value, and those kinds of things. So that is sort of the origin of the Mayor's Office of New York Mechanics. So, as I said, our purview is very broad in terms of what we do and how we do it. We've learned lots of lessons over the years, right? We've learned how to do things well, how to do things not well. And I just want to go through four key lessons, and sort of show how they have played out in the work that we do. So number one, so I'll just briefly state them here, and then I'll dive into it in some depth. How you build is just as important as what you build. Now, depending on where you've worked and the kinds of experiences that you've had, this may or may not be obvious to you. But for those of us that have worked in and around government for any amount of time, this is very different than what we often do, right? Oftentimes in government, there's a sense that, the world is filled with nails to our hammer, right? So we have one way, or a very small number of ways of doing anything. And so what we're trying to move into is a world in which process is important, right? So that's really what number one is intended to capture, that the way in which you consult with the public, or the way that you pull them into any solution that you're trying to deploy, is just as important as the thing itself, right? If we were going to try to get people to use this new gadget, whatever this is, that we think will make life better, it is not enough for us to cook it up in secret behind closed doors and then spring on people. We need to engage people in a discussion of whatever this thing is. And so that's really what number one is all about. Number two, I've already kind of set the stage for this one. Building the things that people actually want. We often get trapped in government into building the things that we know how to build, right? The nail that I was talking about. And so instead, we've been trying to, we've learned of trying to promote this culture in government in which we are trying to talk to people or understand people's concerns first, and have that drive what we do, at least in part. That's an important one for us. Number three, use technology to build compassion. This also may be counterintuitive to you. Now, usually when technology enters into the discussion of cities, it is always framed, or generally framed, in terms of kind of making things faster, better, cheaper, right? It's about sort of process enhancement. And of course, those are all good things. Cheaper is good, faster is good. But I think the real opportunity here is actually forging better connections, relationships between people. When I think of what the last several years, the last couple of decades of technology has meant, it has increasingly been about making the networks between us more clear or more explicit, rather than something that we don't even think about very much. And so when I think about the value that technology can bring to this space, it is about forging these kind of social ties. And then lastly, be prepared to challenge people's instincts. This is very much a reference to the idea, and I think I heard some people talking about this just as I was getting here, this notion that frequently, if we're trying to drive change or encourage change or enable change in communities, whether that community is local government or in a community in the city, that we frequently have to find ways to stretch people's instincts in terms of what is possible. But the art of the possible is really the rate limiter in terms of the kinds of things that we want to encourage in terms of whether it's innovation or new kinds of practices and so on. It's all that example. How you build is just as important as what you build. So if you've studied or taken a course on innovation or read any books on innovation, you've seen these kinds of things. These are these innovation funnels, like IDEO does these and so on. But this is ours, so this is definitely the best one. And essentially, it's a three-step concept of how we should be doing our work. The idea is to explore, experiment, and to evaluate. The thinking here is that, and this is something that I'll mention a couple of different times, that one of the big missing pieces in local government is the ability to experiment, right? So we really lack the ability frequently to try things and to see what the results were, and then have that drive what we do next, right? We often end up aside from, or by not taking an experimental view, we focus a lot on strategic planning. Obviously, strategy is critical as well, but that can't be the only thing that we do, because there will likely be very untested elements of the plan that we need to find out for sure that people will respond the way that we hope. And so this three-stage process encapsulates the way that we do our work. One thing I'll say is, it's not a strict, rigid procedure, right? We don't, from January to March engage in exploration, and then for the summer we do experimentation and so on. It's more of a conceptual model to encapsulate how we think. So on the front end, on the explore phase, this is myself and the team talking to people, right? Going to community meetings, finding ways to understand what is of concern to the public. It's talking to startups and talking to university researchers. It's really trying to get out there and understand what are the challenges and opportunities that we have in our city to make things better and to take on big challenges. And what we're looking for in all those different conversations, there's kind of three things we're looking for. We're looking for ideas that have the potential for impact, right? So, this is something that we should do more of in government. We often forget to do this, to ensure that what we're doing in some way has the potential for impact, right? That it's not only a program we're rolling out for the sake of rolling out a program, to be seen to do that. And sometimes that's necessary, but at the same time, it has to actually have the potential to make someone's life better. That's point number one. Point number two is we're looking for ideas that can actually be tested. Right? There's lots of potentially good ideas in the world that are very expensive and that are very difficult to kind of turn into something you can try at a smaller scale. Other people can do those things. That's their job. Our job is to do the prototype. We're the experimentalists. So that's number two. Number three, the third criteria that we look at when we're considering potential ideas or challenges to work on is the potential for scale, right? So and that's a tricky one, right? Because not all good things need to scale, right? We're not Google, right? But we are, when we look at the range of things we work on, we think of them very much as a portfolio. A good chunk of those should be scalable. That's the thinking. You'll notice also I stay away from numbers. I'm not a numbers person. So I'm not going to give you proof of anything. So if we can find projects that kind of pass those three criteria, we then move into the next phase, the experimental phase. And that's really our secret sauce in a lot of ways, as I was saying. This is really what is at the heart of what we do, those two things, being people-centered and being experimental, number two. And so when we usually call these things prototypes or experiments, and they are very literally that, right? There's some potentially good idea that we think that we want to work on and we want to test it. So we'll pick a physical context, a place, maybe it's a school or two schools or whatever it is, or a particular neighborhood, and we're looking for an effect, right? Well, then we run the experiment, and obviously we're working in deep collaboration with the folks that live there or that are part of that physical system. Trying, it's kind of vaguely linear here, but as you can guess, it's a very non-linear process, right? We're kind of trying whatever we can to make this thing work, to see if there's any effect that we can see in the experiment. And then once we've generated some output, some data about this particular program, product, or service, we then move into this next phase, which is sort of taking a deep look at it to try to understand, did it work or did it not? If it didn't work, obviously we try to shut it down. We're sort of fail fast psychology. But on the other end, if it does work, our job then becomes one of supporting the scale. I will say in the old days, we have some members of the team that were formerly consultants, and so there was often an effort to try to put things into a nice little box, and we don't do that anymore. We used to say that we do the experimental work, and then we hand it off to whoever is down here. So it might be the police department or the public works department, whoever is the scaling agency. That doesn't work, right? They already have jobs, right? Their jobs are putting out fires or plowing snow and so on. So we realize, and realistically, that we have to support that, right? So we have to roll up our sleeves and help them figure out the budget. Where's the money going to come from? How do you train people? How do you deal with the unions? All those things. We take those things on, and then we work with them to make that happen. I'll say that most often, this issue, so very often, the issue of failure is really key in a lot of ways. Innovation requires the potential for failure, right? Risk is inherent in doing anything for the first time or doing something in a different way. And I'll say that local government traditionally has not had a mechanism for managing failure, for managing risk. And that's essentially the role that we stepped into. Sometimes we're called the Department of Failure, or I think I'd say the word Department of Yes. But the idea here is that there has to be some way of managing the failure of any particular project. And so that's a large part of what we do. If you're a middle manager in public works and you've got some great idea for using lasers to melt snow, so that's actually not all that far-fetched. Years ago, one of our mayors, there's a famous memo on the internet, you can find this. He came up with the idea of using flamethrowers to melt snow. And he made an ask MIT to figure that out. Yeah, we wouldn't have done that. But if you've got this idea, and presumably, you don't have a lot of extra money in your department for testing crazy ideas. So usually that would mean that the idea would just die there, die on the vine. But instead, the idea is, the concept is that you can come to us in Europe Mechanics, and we will do a shift in the ownership of the project, right? You still say involved, because you're the expert, right? We need you to do the work. But all we do is change the branding of the project, so that if somebody were to ever do a Freedom of Information request on us, that project would not show up anywhere on the Public Works budget. It would show up in our budget or in our stable of projects. And the thinking here, and I think it does work, my sense is it works quite well, that this way you don't need to worry about the negative consequences of failure, right? So if whatever the later thing doesn't work, you don't have to worry about getting a nasty phone call from the mayor, from the press, from the public about how you're wasting money. We get those calls. They're not fun calls. But I will say that we have framed New York Mechanics. We've created a particular brand, which is all about risk taking and creativity and the potential for failure. So when we do get those calls, it's a very different kind of back and forth, right? The line of questioning is typically, tell us what you were hoping to learn in this project and why lasers and all these kinds of things. It's a very different back and forth. And so that's an important aspect of what we do. Number two, build things that people actually want to do. So this is one of my favorite examples. I always like it when you can't quite see it, because that's the whole point. It's difficult to read. So up until 2012, this was the primary document that you had to read if you were the parent of a Boston Public School student, right? If you had to register your kid for school, this is what you had to read. This was actually 2 of 4 pages, so it folded down. And we have a very complicated public school system in Boston, and for lots of very good reasons. And we've had a strong history of equity gaps and differences in performance that go back many, 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 many years. And so as a result, there have been a number of tweaks introduced to the Boston Public School system to allow for that, to kind of level the playing field, which is great. But on the flip side, it has created a very complicated system to kind of respond to those issues and social dynamics. And so the thinking, years ago, back before my time, was all things being equal, if you give people, parents, all the necessary information to make a reasoned decision, that they will make the right decision. And that's absolutely not what happens, right? Because when people look at this, they drop it in fear, right? I mean, this is such a bad user experience that, and this is something we heard again and again in talking to parents, that even the notion of just having to read this would cause them to kind of put it off, right? We'll do it next weekend. The challenge with that is the first thing that you have to do as a parent of a BPS student is to send into the system your top 3 choices for schools, right? Those top 3 schools that you want your kids to go to. If you don't put your selections in, you're not going to get any of those schools, right? And there's a kind of a black box that works behind the scenes. Again, it was designed by very smart people to level the playing field, but it requires you to kind of get your stuff in on time. And what we heard time and again was that the people that typically, often single parent families, often parents with many jobs to their names, that have the least amount of education, least amount of socioeconomic needs, are those that most often don't get this done in time. So it very quickly not very quickly, but it was very quickly obvious this was a big equity issue in and of itself, even before we started talking about school. So we realized there was something that we could do. So we listened very carefully to what the parents were telling us, and they were using very qualitative language. They were using words like they hated or disliked the experience of going through the registration process. And so there's two ways of responding to that. The first would be education reform, school reform, right? And that's something that we do and we will continue to do. But that takes years, right? And a lot of time and in terms of people and money and so on. All we did, our way of thinking was, let's focus on the qualitative language. Let's change the experience. And so that's what we did here. So this is Discover, or Discover Boston Public Schools, Discover BPS. This is essentially the Expedia.com of schools, or the hotels.com of schools. The notion here is very different, right? Where we're not assailing people with information. Instead, we're letting them ease into it, right? Where we focus on the user experience of the system as a way of kind of lowering the barrier to entry for parents into the system. And as a result, we did a bunch of A/B testing, and we saw very different, people get much further into the system when you have this on the front end that they're interacting with the registration. Now, what's interesting there, and I kind of said this already, it is that all we've done, or let me say it another way, that behind the scenes of this is basically this, right? This is just mostly a cosmetic change, right? But what we discovered is if you're trying to engage in big system change, it is often most effective to focus on those moments of interaction, those first moments of interaction, because you have to hook people, right? That if it's not enough for me to give you all the information and hope that you'll do the best thing. You won't, because it's a bad experience. So instead, the idea here is focus on those moments, and you can change the dynamic between the institution and the people that it's trying to serve. An important lesson for us. Number 3, use technology to build compassion. So back in 2009, Boston was one of the first cities around the world to create one of these 311 apps. Are you familiar with these things?
Yeah.
So these are apps, right, that, if you see something that's broken, you take out your phone, the app, you snap a photo, and it gathers a bunch of information, sends that to be automatically fixed by the city. And it works. But the idea here was, as much as these smartphone apps, they're very good at transactional things, right? Kind of point and click government. And while that's interesting in of itself, the goal, again, that's kind of permeates all of our work, is about human relationships, a more relational approach to thinking about the public and the public sector. So we realized that if this is going to be a hit, and no one thought it was going to be a hit, other than us, but we got negative feedback from the press and from the private sector. Because if you're a private sector person, you look at this and you say, why would you build this yourself? Just ask us to build it. And while we did take a look at some of the products that were on the market then, they were crap, right? Because these big companies really didn't understand what happens in cities. And my job is not ultimately just to save money. I mean, if we were going to save money, we would close schools, right? We wouldn't be looking at new services still open. So it's more complicated in terms of what the job is. And certainly the mayor sort of reinforced that for us. And so we realized that if this is going to work, we need to think differently about it, right? This can't just be a one and done kind of project. We have to actually see it as a platform for experimentation. It needs to evolve over time. And so that's what we did. So there's sort of the original version. And then we sort of treated it differently, right? We watched how people used it, and we listened to what they said to us. And as a result, our users, when the public, gave us lots of interesting ideas. Some of them were not good ideas, but many of them were very good ideas. And so as a result, we started taking some of those ideas, those features, and trying out different versions and experimental versions of the app. We tried, what do you call these things again? QR codes. Americans hate QR codes, right? Everyone else in the world seems to be okay with them, but Americans hate them. We tried text. It generally worked, but it was a little bit too long of a conversation, right? Sort of a back and forth. One of my favorite stories up there was in the first 6 or 7 months of the app being live, and did a bunch of beta testing. Almost 60%, no more than 60%, almost 70% of the total number of service requests. So each time you report something to us, that's called a service request. 70% of those were coming from 2 people. What? And it was actually really easy to tell who they were. Because
I was one of them.
You were one of them, very good. The vast majority of them, unless you're working in public works at the time, the vast majority of these service requests were basically coming in one of the public works districts that we separate the city up into. So either this was someone that knows way too much about city operations, or this is a city operations person. And so we went down to that district yard to ask what's going on here. And what we heard was that the current, prior to the app, prior to Citizens Connect, which was the app's name at that time, the state of the art was you as a public works person, you show up for work, they hand you a paper map, a truck full of asphalt, or whatever it is that you're gonna fix, and a paper list of the things that you had to kind of fix for that day. So your job was to look at the map, look at the paper list, and eyeball it to figure out where you go, right? That's not very efficient. I mean, you can do better than that. And so what we're using the app for, these two people, they were using the app, so that the Citizens Connect ran on the phone, obviously, and it gave them a digital map, Google Maps, and so they could see sort of the most effective ways to kind of get from point A to point B to do their work. What it didn't do for them was, it didn't allow them to kind of close that work ticket into a report that they'd done the work. And so we realized that's an opportunity for us. And so we built a version of the app called City Worker just for those people, and it's been running for many years now. And it allowed them to kind of complete the story, right? So, they get assigned a certain number of service requests, they fix it, they snap a photo that it's been closed, and I'll tell you a little bit about the story in a second. But I'll say that these two apps, so Citizens Connect, which is directed to the public, and City Worker, which is directed to city workers, have really been revolutionary in a very quiet way in terms of reinventing the way that we're able to collaborate and communicate with one another. This, about 1 in 6 people in Boston have downloaded the app at this point. They don't always use it, but that's a very good base to start from. Pretty much all of our service, front line service people are using City Worker. So now we've got this incredible moment where, we've taken two populations that really didn't like to work together very much. We've taken a group of people here that are kind of famous, or have been famous, for not wanting to use technology, but these are people with hard hats and trucks and big dirty gloves and whatever. And we've got them using a piece of technology, and they use it because it's elegant, because it's designed to work the way in which they need it to, rather than the reverse. But again, in the background, we were always interested in sort of the relationship between people, between government, public and public sector. So we started an experiment a couple of years ago. So in addition to the closed photo, right, the issue that's been filled in, we also started taking photos of the teams that did the work. Because the theory here was that if we could give you, as an individual, a sense that your thing was fixed not by the faceless bureaucracy of government, not by robots, although robots are kind of cool, that it would change the way you feel about the experience, right? It would change your qualitative experience of what had just happened. And so we've been studying this question, and it turns out there is actually an effect. Whenever we include, so we studied this question with some friends of ours, Ryan and his friends, and we started looking at whether or not, whenever we included the team photo, that had any kind of an impact. And what we saw was that whenever we include the team photos, those people that when you receive the fixed item with the team photo in it, the rate at which people report goes way up by 60%, more than 60%. When we include the team photo, the range of things that people report, is it a pothole, graffiti, broken street light, that goes up by 35%. And the overall effect lasts for 13 months or so. So in terms of like building relationships, I wouldn't necessarily call this trust or compassion in the more general sense, but I would claim that this is somewhere on the continuum of changing the way that people think about what government does, and sort of the relationship and the way they feel about government and so on. This is another moment. For those of you that have lived here for any amount of time, or been interested in cities, civic dialogue is problematic in cities, right? So often, this is sort of at its worst. Maybe punching each other would be at its worst, but this is close to worse, right? It's not, it's a technology that's 400 years old in a sense, right? The town hall meeting is an old technology that in a lot of ways we still use, and keep hoping that it will work, but it often doesn't, or it always disappoints. And so this is another moment when we think about the relationships between people, certainly between public and the public sector, but also laterally across the public also. And so we realized by taking some observations of this, we noted a few things. And so we worked with a research group at Emerson College, the engagement lab, and we noted a few things, one of which was that this often happens when there's a low level of knowledge about the issue in the room, right? When people often don't know a lot about the details of something, it encourages people to grandstand, because that is the easiest way to make themselves heard. They can't make a reasoned argument, so they end up sort of trying to hog the limelight. And so we had this idea that what if you could take the learning component and treat it differently, right? So usually what happens here, what will often happen here is that we'll send out flyers or PDFs for people to read before coming to the meeting, and it doesn't work. I mean, who wants to read some PDF at 4 p.m. at night when you're going home or whatever? So we thought, like, what if it was actually fun to learn about these issues? And so in working with the engagement lab, we turned the learning component into a game, right? So this is a game called Community Planet. And essentially, just like any game, it takes you through a series of missions to learn about the topic at hand, with the theory being that if we can communicate as much about the issue as we can, that it'll change the nature of the dialogue. And so just like any other game, as they say, you go through missions, you get badges, you get points, and it's a very social game, so you can see other people on the platform. It's not just you in your little weird game world. And when we have people go through the game experience prior to coming together, we get a very different kind of interaction, right? We also, obviously, we did some cosmetic changes to the room. We moved from stadium seating to kind of more discussion tables, but it's a very different kind of discussion happening, right? People are being civil. No one is standing up for the most part and yelling at anyone. And there were some very interesting observations. And so one of the things that we saw was that when you change the nature of these moments, and sort of change the way in which people are expected to interact with one another, different people get involved. So this is a 16-year-old, and he's talking to a table filled with adults, right? And as you can see, they're actually listening to him. And so what's happening here in general is that he's gone through the game, he knows what he's talking about, he's making great points, and the adults are trying to demonstrate good behavior, I think, in terms of how they listen to this young person. This is not something that you usually see in a community meeting, having young people there. Right. And so I think that there's a lot to be explored about how to use engage with this kind of stuff. Right. The last one I'll talk about: be prepared to challenge people's instincts. So, Boston is not getting less populous, right? We're not losing people, as people often tell us. We're getting a lot of people moving to Boston, and the challenge with that is, unless the politics change, we start annexing other cities. We're not going to go outwards, right? We have other cities in a river that bound us. For much of the city, we can't go up, right? There's sort of height restrictions in many places. And so that means we're only going to grow in terms of infill, right? Density. The challenge with that is, for most Bostonians, density is a bad word, right? Because it's often seen as equivalent to a reduction in quality of life, right? Because Bostonians are like Americans everywhere, bigger is better, right? So having a smaller square footprint home is generally seen as a step backwards in time. But at the same time, in the rest of the world, there are these movements, the tiny house movement, right? There's many different approaches to thinking about how you can make small beautiful in the living. And so this instinct that people have that density is a bad word stands in the way of us having any kind of reasonable discussion, or any kind of discussion for that matter, around the future of Boston. It stops in that sort of yelling behavior that we saw. So we realized that rather than trying to, if you want to try to have kind of changes or tweak the way that Bostonians think about this, we actually have to use a different approach. It can't be about using numbers to kind of convince them. It has to be about understanding their instincts and appealing to their instincts, or changing their instincts, really. So what we did was we built a tiny house called the Urban Housing Unit. And the hope was that we would drive this around the city and let people walk into it, get a feel for it, understand, wow, small does not have to mean worse or a step backwards. It could actually be better, better designed spaces. And so we built this last year with some friends, and we started driving around, obviously in fair weather and in foul weather. This was not fun. But the idea was to let, to show people the nature of the space, what it looked like, what it felt like to be in there. And we would have discussions with people about, could you see yourself living here? Could you see your parents living here? It gave them a very different intuitive place about how to have that discussion. And so, again, I won't claim or make up numbers as far as how this has changed the world. I will say that qualitatively, and in terms of the feedback that we get back from the community meetings, for communities that have gone through this experience of being in the urban housing unit, it has changed the discussion. I think there's a lot more to do with this work about using a more intuitive sense about how to let people understand the future, but it is definitely having an effect. And the last thing I'll mention, I started out talking a little bit about smart cities, and for every good smart city idea, I see like 80 bad ones. And so we decided, the team, there's 13 of us on the team now, and we were all having these experiences, and we were all kind of saying the same things, giving the same kind of feedback to the vendors again and again. So we realized that we should be writing it down. And so we wrote this playbook, and it's sort of a snarky kind of response to these products, right? Stop sending us salespeople, solve real problems, platforms make us go. For those of you that haven't been around, so it may seem a little bit opaque or unusual, but Cisco, IBM, all these big companies, they always want to sell you a platform. I don't know what that is. So the one thing I do want to kind of leave you with here, though, is in general, when looking at these different technologies, point number 2 there, solve real problems for real people. I will say that we are still in the world where these big companies are solving largely fictitious problems, right? And the value add is also largely fictitious. And so when we're considering the technology and sort of as it's being used for urban issues, I think it's actually very easy in a lot of ways to kind of cut through the nonsense, through the noise. It is to kind of focus on those real issues that impact real people's lives, and use that as a starting point for any kind of a discussion about technology or innovation or what have you. So that's the last thing I have to say. Thank you.
I think there's some time for questions.
So I'm in transportation, and in my line of work, I encounter a lot of these smart city proposals, and I think you're exactly right, in the sense that there's a whole community of companies that have a hammer. Each of them has a hammer. They're all different. Each hammer's a different color. Some of them are wrenches, whatever. And they want to sell you that. And I think one of the things that's off-putting, there's a couple things, but there's many things, but they tend to have this vision of automating the city, and it's always very top-down. They always give you a picture of the control room with the big screens and people. I've seen people in jumpsuits and so it's this very cybernetic type of approach. And I think, in addition to the fact that they're often, I think you're right, they're often purporting to solve problems that don't necessarily affect real people in real ways, there's this other element of it being probably more Orwellian.
Yeah, it's very like futurism.
Right,
It's
trust
a
us.
very old school sense.
We'll instrument everything, and then it will all sort of magically take care of itself. And one of the things that paradigm leaves out is that it's not really about the technology and the automation. It's about the values and the politics and talking to people. And when you put all the technology first and you ignore all the human part of it, it's really destined to fail.
My experience is that technology has politics.
Yeah.
Right. The way that they're designed, the way that they're built. Some kind of technologies reinforce top-down hierarchy. Some sort of cede power to the edges. And so I think we're not used to thinking about technology, however you define technology, in that way. But there are things that are built by people, at least so far. So that the technology, like anything else, has an inherent set of values. And I think we need to find a way to start talking about that as a way of critiquing these ideas. Right.
What tools will you put in your toolbox now? Now that we have this administration that doesn't, is not connecting to the reality of the democracy.
And you're speaking about at the national level.
Executive.
I,
level.
I assume that
Yeah,
I
you
just scared you, I'm sorry, I scared you, I meant at the executive level,
We're just clarifying here, obviously.
but I'm glad I scared you.
No, it's a great point. And so I think the
Write
one
this down.
thing that we begin talking about seriously, as we go back with the mayor, the election highlighted some gaps
There you
in our
go.
society, right? Important gaps. That there are groups of people that are not talking to each other at all,
Oh.
right? And there are sort of groups of people out there that, you know, we're technically all Americans, but not really. There's almost nothing in common in terms of the way what we're talking about. And so I think that that's an important consideration, right? The new approaches and thinking as it relates to communication, civic dialogue, these are things that that are barely concepts anymore. I think we have to revisit. That there needs to be a more active, again, this is my take, a more active attempt to have these difficult discussions, right? If you, right, I mean, you know, as blue as Massachusetts is, as soon as you leave Boston, it gets a lot redder. And so we can't even talk about that in our own state, let alone between, you know, the East Coast and the center of the country. And so I think that that's a consideration. I think there's lots of tools there. So in general, you know, I am bullish of design and design processes, human-centered design, human-centered thinking, as a way of getting beyond, you know, this is my thing, this is your thing, and there's no, you know, connection between them. That is the process is really key. And the cities I think of as really about the processes that happen, local governments, all these different things. And so we often forget that. And so I think there's a moment here where we can sort of reconnect with that idea and look at, you know, what can we be doing differently to talk to one another.
Okay, first question is very short.
The answer may not be short.
How do you manage, you know, having risk for public funds? What I mean in Colombia, if you spend some money, you have to, when you're a public entity, you have to say why you spend it. And if you fail, then all these processes start to happen, and you have to explain what happens. So that's one question.
Yeah.
And the second one is, how do you get those people that are either averse to technology or don't have access to technology to have to do, you know, for example, the school, to pick their schools? How do you do that?
Yeah. So I'll the last question first. The question of the technology divide. I think there's a lot of things that you can do with the technology divide. The one thing I didn't say about like the game that we were getting people involved in, that wasn't something that you did online separately at your home, right? We actually we worked with a few of the universities, with Harvard and Northeastern, to get people to come into computer labs, so they didn't have to own a computer. They could come into the lab to experience and also have the process facilitated for them, right? So there were people helping them interact with the computer. So there was no expectation that you're doing this at home by yourself. There was an earlier version of Community Planet in which we were actually using the young people in the community. It was called Hub2, but we were using the young people in the community as the digital Sherpas, right? For people that felt uncomfortable touching the computer, this 16-year-old, very well-trained 16-year-old would show up and would help you interact with something. And what was interesting was that was another way to facilitate the dialogue in the community level, because usually you don't have older people, they're usually older. And the young people sort of talking these issues directly. That's exactly what we had happening in those moments. And so there are definitely ways. I think it is. I think it's important. The psychology in which you use the technology is important, right? It's not technology instead of something else, right? And so that instead of getting people to come together, they're doing this thing online. I think that is the wrong way to think about the benefits. I think the technology, it allows people to use a different part of their brain, right? If you make it a game, they're definitely it's a different part of the brain for sure, right? That they're using as they go through this. And so I think when you design, again, the importance of design and thinking about who are we trying to serve, what do they have access to, how can they interact, you come with a very different kind of solution and not just an app that you give away. So that's point number one. And then the question as far as funds, you know, one important part of what we do when we think about the risk in the experimentation is that in order to be able to do these kind of rapid cycles of iteration, we have to bring in the time as well as the money, right? Because if I'm testing something at one school or two schools, it's a completely different number than if I'm testing something at 300 schools to see what it works. And so what happens is the money that we spend is much smaller. And so if it doesn't work for some reason, the way that we think about failure, this work is all about learning something, right? We're learning about a better way to use technologies to educate young people, whatever it is. And if it didn't work out the way that we thought, we've learned something about what not to do, right? And so in that way, we reframe the nature of failure. So it's not just about wasting public dollars, but first of all, they're coming at a much smaller number. So it's not $100,000; it's $2,000, and we've learned something, even if that thing didn't work. And so those aren't solutions to that question, but I think they do go a long way, sort of changing the nature of the conversation between the public and the private sector.
So you are a public officer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
There's
I wanted to compliment your office and the city on 311. I've been reporting issues to the city of Boston for a decade or more, and it's been very interesting to see the progression and evolution of the technology and how it's made it more user-friendly. And I think it's a really important tool for building trust in government, because instead of people just complaining and saying the government's not doing anything, last night on my bike ride home, I saw a huge pothole in Southie. I got home, I reported on 311. When I got up this morning, I was looking at my email, hey, the pothole's been filled. How great is that? So it really helps to build trust, because there's that kind of accountability with the tracking numbers. And not everything is gonna get done the next day, but a lot of things are getting done very quickly, and it's terrific to see that. And similarly with the micro housing, I think, sometimes when people hear 300 or 400 or 500 square feet, or a 3-bedroom that's 900 square feet, or any of that, they start to freak out, right? Because they think, where am I going to put my stuff?
Right, exactly.
But, they're not for everybody, and that's okay. But they could be for a pretty large percentage of the population that's looking for more affordable housing and maybe doesn't have as much stuff. And by you touring around with the unit, which I went and saw in Dorchester, and I was in there with like a whole bunch of other people, it was very interesting to hear what positive responses people were having to what was a small housing unit. Partly that might have been because it was not surrounded by other housing units, and so you had all these great, looking out the windows. But I think it helps to kind of change people's perceptions of what smaller living can be like. So kudos to your office for doing those kinds of experiential things.
Thanks.
In the beginning of the conversation, you kind of spoke to communities and people who are often working a lot of jobs, or maybe poor, may not have access to some of these things. How has the engagement been between those communities as far as 311? Like, is there a difference between?
It's a great question. So we have been studying this question as to who uses 311 or these apps in general. And what we've seen, far and away, the best indicator of who will use 311 is homeowners. Right? So there's lots of theories as to why. The starting point theory is that the idea of stake, right? The idea that if a person has greater stake in the community, they're more likely to want to do something to fix it. That's not science. That's mostly a guess. I think we are still trying to work through that to understand. We know that we don't do a great job of non-English speakers. The app is sort of strongest in English. That's a big problem. We've always done that. It's been a fascinating kind of learning experience in general. We don't get a lot of younger people using it, mostly because there is no interest. Again, something that we're trying to study to understand. Everyone assumed, we got critiqued heavily when we first launched Citizens Connect, that we were just appealing to the digital haves, right? And especially young people in college. As far as we can tell, almost no young people in college uses. Are there any 311 users aside from? Okay, well, yes. So we generally do. Let's see, you guys maybe are a hyperactive group, but we generally score pretty low in college student territory. But so it is something, an ongoing concern to understand how people use the technology, not just this technology, but any technology for behavior.
Given that public bureaucracies tend to be rather resistant to change, and Boston has a pretty strong has had a pretty strong reputation for that, how much pushback have you found to these sort of evidence-based decision-making models?
It's a very good question. So I'll say that again, although Mayor Mano was sort of famous for being set in his ways, both he and Mayor Walsh have both made very public statements about the importance of change and innovation. They might use euphemistic terms, but they're basically saying that we have to innovate. And so the important distinction was that they started leaning on people to do that, right? So people were being asked about, both through like their budgeting process or whatever it is, how they are trying to change and improve the quality of service and so on. Some departments were able to do this. Very few, but so Brad actually worked in one that was able to do this. But most departments struggle, right? I mean, their job has been to do the same thing every single day. So asking them to do something new is actually not fair in a way. That's never been the job. So what we found was that those departments would often call us, right? So the advantage that we had when we started near mechanics, it was started by myself and a pal of mine, and we'd already worked there for a couple of years. So people had a sense of who we were, and so we weren't seen as threatening, I hope, but instead as we're allies in their efforts to try to change things. And so they would call us, we would help out, help make things a little bit better, and then we would slowly, incrementally change the culture over time. So I would say, it actually has been pretty easy to do the work in a general sense. Everyone wants to, I would, in my experience in local government, people want to do a good job, right? Even the toughest nuts out there, people want to be seen and to actually do a good job. The challenge has been we've never really given them the tools, or enough tools to say, to make that happen. And so our focus, a big part of our focus has been to try to do that, make it easier for people to want to do this work. Another way of thinking about this is however you define innovation in government, whatever you think that is, that's new work, right? That's new work for you if you're a middle manager. So you have to be willing to take on more than your day job to do these things. And so it's not enough to say you need to be more innovative. You need to actually provide with some resources to make that happen. That's basically been our approach.
Just get back to your discussion on vendors.
Yeah.
On self-service programs, whatever. Are any of them having any success in making cities more, whatever it is, efficient?
Yeah.
Is that happening anywhere?
So certainly some of the technologies it kind of depends on what you're trying to measure, right? In terms of efficiency or speed, some of these things absolutely do have an impact. Better designed websites, right? They can improve the way in which people get permits and different things, right? So those are absolutely true. The challenge, and we should be doing these things. I think the challenge is that the claims that are being made there are definitely overblown, right? Because again, they center on the idea of saving money, and so that's a small part, at least in our city, right? Maybe in other cities that's the dominant sort of mode of operation, and it probably is in many cities, maybe in the middle of the country. But for us, it's really about the improvement of the quality of services themselves. And most of these big companies have very little experience sort of deploying high value services. Smaller companies, they live and die by that, right? I mean, that's how the apps were born. And so I think that there's now sort of a healthy competition happening between these larger companies and these smaller companies, and there's acquisitions happening and so on. There is even IBM is beginning to hire designers and kind of train people into other ways of working, but they're still struggling. Yep.
I really enjoyed your talk, and I kept feeling like I was going to know everything. But and congratulations. I think it's extraordinary that within sort of a public setting you're able to create such an innovative way of trying to move the city forward. My concern is that as much as we think that technology is going to make things efficient, and I saw the playbook, and efficiency is not one of the sort of sole driving factors, this kind of sort of technology and innovation is certainly resource intensive on the part of the city government as well. And things like these are going to be equally translatable to cities in the developing world and so on. But the problem is that Boston would be the right place to create an urban mechanics lab. Maybe Dhaka, Bangladesh would not, because of the resource constraints. So, I mean, it's not a trick question, but if we were to somehow inspire city governments in the developing world, which don't have any resources and frankly not any time, how would we create these kinds of, innovations within the city system?
It's a great question. And I would tend to disagree with you that this could only happen in a city like Boston. When we created New Urban Mechanics, there was no new money used. I was already working there, so was Chris. And so it was really just a change in thinking. So in general, there's an important concepts to distinguish from one another, right? So innovation is not technology, right? Definitely not, right? And that's an important starting point, because if you're equating innovation to technology, it means that you're always buying something or building something, right? You're always spending somebody's money, and that's never been our interest. We think about innovation. We've always thought of ourselves as social entrepreneurs, right? We measure what we do in terms of the impact to the community. Sometimes it's easier than others. Sometimes it's harder to do, and to understand what the specific impact of any particular thing is. But I would say this same approach, this kind of flexible, dynamic, people-oriented approach, that can be done anywhere, right? You don't need to kind of pay for things or buy new things. It's really a change in psychology. What is the role of government? There's some people have a very clear sense as to what that is. It's you pick up the garbage, you plow the snow. You don't do weird innovation-y things. There's a lot of people for whom that is the case. I think that there's this, as we're in this moment now of reinvention of our institutions, higher ed. It should be the same thing for government. And I think we shouldn't presume to kind of leap to a particular set of solutions before you've actually done the legwork. I think there's been a huge number, I don't know if they're mistakes, but missteps, I would say, in applying ideas from the private sector to the public sector. I'm gonna both anger my friends. Chief data officers, chief innovation officers, chief technology officers are bad ideas in local government for the most part. In terms of what I've seen, I think we've got a great one, but it's a very difficult, to what end, right? I mean, my job, our job at City Hall, no matter who is we're talking with, is not data. It's always about people, right? So my concern about, in LA, they want to create a chief design officer. I love design, but the challenge is to what end, right? And so that's the challenge with all these ideas. It's not clear what the orientation should be. Is it about making my job easier at City Hall? Mayor Menino would say absolutely not. No, it's about serving the public. And so I think that there's the values. This is something that so Brad and I are old friends. Catherine and I are old friends, wherever she is. We end up in Brian. We end up talking. When we have private conversations, we end up talking about values in one way or another. Why are we doing this? And it's unfortunate that we don't, as a sector, have enough time. We don't have moments where we can say that. Right? We're motivated by impact of people, and I think that the job doesn't ever give us an opportunity to say that, or not very often. It's always about the bureaucracy. It's always about the rules and the policies. But that's not why we're in this, right? I don't love policies. I love people. And so I think that there's a way of changing the language and some of the concepts, adapting the concepts, and just to remind ourselves that this is a separate field of inquiry in work, and that there are best practices that are unique to this space, and that we need to not shy away from that. My take on it.
We have to have a conversation offline, because I have to challenge you in a couple of things, but I love what you have to say.
Are the little units, are they furnished already? Because when I see that, I say, oh wow, I don't have to buy furniture. I'm just gonna move right in, this is it. So I think that could be I think that's people are gonna have this picture in their head when they see this and not ask, and then they might buy into it. Oh, and it's empty. What I don't trust this.
I agree. I mean, setting people's expectations appropriately is absolutely key. And sometimes we do it better than others. So we on that issue, we're always trying to learn about how to do this more effectively. But I would say, by and large, I think people seem to have gotten the idea that this is, we're not promising that we're going to build these specific things, but that this way of thinking and working is something that we're trying to encourage in the city.
Oh, I see.
Does that make sense?
That gamification of the learning process before students go into the meeting, was that just an experiment, or is that something that's being used in communities already?
It is.
Creating a game aspect.
Yeah, so the game of the process is something that the engagement lab at Emerson has been, and so it's blown up since we started the project a few years ago. So they've been in Bhutan and Romania, and they're all over the world doing this. And it's the same basic idea that you can take a thorny civic issue, pull it apart a little bit, and kind of create a learning experience for people, and then have that kind of culminate in in-person meetings. That's an important consideration, right? That the moment where people were talking to each other is really the sweet spot that we were trying to get towards.
And is the game itself something that happens in the same space when people are there in person?
We sometimes, yeah, we've done different configurations. So sometimes we'll do that kind of in that same spot, or sometimes we'll have a few sort of in-person meetings just devoted to the game beforehand, before you have a big public deliberation meeting, whatever it is. There's lots of ways of doing it. But if you're interested, you should definitely check out the engagement lab at Emerson, and that platform is called Community Planet.
Just to follow up on the game, I thought that was like such a cool idea, because we always look at ways to try and get people to actually go out to meetings and get engaged in those communities. How much of an effect did it have on actually bringing people to the meeting, rather than just engaging them once they're there, but actually getting them to the actual meeting?
So I'll say that, well, the way that we wanted to think about this was, the work that we've done with the engagement lab has been focused more on keeping people involved. So, and those are different problems, right? Getting someone out is more often not a communications issue. And so because we were doing an experiment, it's hard to kind of broadcast that widely, because then we get too many people in a sense. And so we wanted, the thing that we were testing in our work with them was how long do you keep an individual person or a cohort of people in through the process. So that if you've got 5 meetings, how many meetings does a person go to? And they had a big effect. I think there was a report they did a few years ago, sort of charting the number of people that stayed involved in the entire process. It was very, very impressive numbers compared to the very, very low numbers in the conventional process. But I would say they've definitely done work in trying to understand how you get the word out to people more broadly. I will say though, there is no you basically have to do better community outreach is what it boils down to.
We may have a lot of questions, but that means that we are all very inspired. Thank you so much, Nigel. So we're going to just set up really quickly, 5 minutes or so that the panel can so far from one talk to another to another. The last part of the symposium of actionable sustainability, technology, policy, and the city. For the last part, we had a panel, and you guys already know about it, but I'm really, really excited to sort of start this discussion, or rather continue this discussion on this mating dance, or lack thereof, between technology and policy. And I spoke to a lot of you, all of you, either individually or in groups, and forgive me if I'm paraphrasing from things you said, but it just means that it was really, it kind of hit home. But this idea of always playing policy, playing catch up with technology, and I think Brian was the one who spoke about it, is perpetual. And so through the conversation today, we hope to really sort of, challenge the assumptions that are there about sort of technology being monolithic and out there, and sort of policy being about the people, and somehow we have to do this dance to catch up. But really think of those ideas in unison so that we can really affect the city. And that's where sort of Nigel's piece comes in, solving real problems for real people. So if technology is going to be real, and we're going to use it, and we're going to use it to solve real problems, then the policy pieces need to catch up. So for that kind of discussion, and so that we can take the conversation forward, we have a great panel here. I'm super excited, super inspired, and I really, Catherine's not here, but Catherine was instrumental in sort of introducing me to many of the fine people here. So we have Brad Swing. I do have to look at some of the bios because they're incredibly accomplished. So we have Brad Swing, who is the who's the director of energy. Yes, energy. I do know that he has a background in policy from the Kennedy School as well, and he serves as the director of energy policy and programs for the city of Boston. And we were lucky enough to go and look at one of the climate ready presentations, and they talked about renew, and then I read that you were sort of championing that effort as well. And when you start to speak, you can fill in more of the gaps, because I don't want to take up too much time here. So, and of course we have Brian. I first met Brian, I think 2 years ago, when he completely ripped us apart. For those of you who are taking Symposium over here, we invited Brian, and at that time, Brian was working for the city in a similar role. And he completely ripped us apart, and he said that whatever you've done for the semester in climate change, he did too. And that's okay.
He's achieved rockstar status, he only goes by one name, Brian.
And strangely enough, despite having spent so many hours with the students and thinking that they've done fantastic work, what he said made sense to both our students and to me. And not that it was all bad, we could fight about it, but certainly it was inspirational. And since then, we followed Brian's career, and right now he is at Arup, which is one of the world-famous design engineering firms who work on just these kinds of issues and actual implementation in the private sector. So Brian Sweat is the Director of Cities and Sustainable Real Estate at Arup. They are headquartered in London, right? Yes. And he's a nationally recognized leader in climate change. I'm sorry, it's not that I'm nervous, it's just I'm so excited to be here. So, leader in climate change and sustainability strategy with over a decade of leadership. Experience in the municipal government, private sector, real estate development, federal government, as well as nonprofit sectors. Sitting right in the middle is Erica Matheson, who was introduced to us by Anne Haynes, who teaches with us and is also on our advisory board. And from the first time I met Erica, I could see that her sort of spirit for environmental advocacy and making people aware of how to get policy decisions made and getting communities really resilient was sort of her passion and drive. And in her professional role, Erica is a lawyer, and she's the legislative director of the Environmental League of Massachusetts. So we'll hear a little more. And last but not the least, believe it or not, Josh is a faculty member in our program, as well as a senior policy analyst at the Department of Transportation. And though he and I have been colleagues for I don't know, over 7 years. It was the first time I'm seeing him in person. That's true, but I am delighted that he's here, and I'm delighted that this conversation was, exciting enough that he decided to join us for the whole day. And we're really looking forward to sort of hearing from him as well. So just a formal introduction, Dr. Joshua Hassel. He is the Technology Policy Analyst of the U.S. Department of Transportation, as well as teaches a really, really great course over here in transportation planning. And next year we are hoping that he's going to actually teach a course on driverless cars and such. Yes. So without further ado, the format today is going to be, we're going to get about 5 to 7 minutes to each person on the panel, and they're kind of going to introduce their perspective and where they come from and the ideas they have on this issue. And then we have a set of questions, and we have to thank you. So Brian, I think that's so the order is Brian, Brad, I think Josh after that, and Erica.
Thank you for the intro. I say yes whenever you have to be somewhere. It's hard to be in a fellow, so that's what you do. But I enjoy getting out of office and talking with folks about real big picture issues. So as Madhu mentioned, I'm Brian Sweat. I'm the director of cities and sustainable real estate for Europe out of London. We solve real problems for real people, especially in the digital space. And one of our expertise is around the nexus of technology, policy, and urban affairs. And so I'm just going to briefly give a little bit of my background and tee up some of the questions, and then sort of a little bit of Eric's lens on this. We were highly restricted to about 4 slides. I tried to just have these be thoughtful.
You are.
So the lens I bring to my current work, I've actually never been on, before my current gig, I was never on the consulting side of the table. I'd always been a client. So I was a real estate developer, I was a federal environmental official, and I was the chief of energy, environment, and open space for the city of Boston for Mayor Menino and Mayor Walsh. And so from that perspective, I'm an odd person to be at an engineering and consulting firm because I have no stamps. I'm an integrator. I try to see the big picture. I try to bring whatever the 56 plus or minus services that Europe has in the right multidisciplinary approach to solve urban problems at scale. And most of the issues I work with in the projects of any scale include significant emphasis of policy, technology, and urban development, including here in Massachusetts. So from that lens, we are not, to be very clear, Europe doesn't make widgets. We don't make platforms. We don't sell equipment because we don't believe that that's the right approach to dive in and solve these issues. We need to understand what the challenges are from the people perspective, understand what the drivers are, and figure out what the right solution is. And ideally, you want it to be the least complicated solution to solve the problem, because that likely will have the longest staying and be most cost-effective, most efficient, and most socially equitable in terms of being able to roll out. The challenge is technology is grossly outpacing the pace at which policy and urban development can catch up with it. So this is a picture from the Papal inauguration 2005. This is Pope Benedict, and pay attention to the bottom right. And this is 2013. 8 years. You had, 8 years. You had a ubiquitous adoption of technology in a place that is not necessarily known to be, at the forefront of smart technology. Right. So no wonder we can't catch up in the policy world about trying to get in front of this to say what are the implications, both challenging and opportunities, to be able to take advantage of this. So technology changes cities, but technology is constantly changing. Those dynamics are moving together in conflict and in synergy all the time. And by the time you think you've come up with the right policy, the right framework, the technology jumps forward, and it's moving in an entirely different direction that you couldn't anticipate. So we have been trying to get in front of this for a long time. We've specifically written about the digital and smart cities since 2010 at a large scale, and the implications of what this means. And all these are publicly available on our website, europe.com/publications. At the scale of how do cities make sense of this? How do they make sense of the technology, the data? We're big believers in figure out the questions you want to ask first, and then figure out the data you need to answer them. Don't create this giant data collection warehouse, and then figure out what you want to do. Terrible expenditure. Apparently it wouldn't pass muster in Columbia, which is good. We do a lot of work in Bogota. We have a big office in Bogota. but thinking at the city scale of the implications of technology, and some for particular uses. So the second one from the right on the bottom is a piece of work we did for Mayor Paez from Rio de Janeiro. I think we made up the word. It's called Policy Digitocracy. And the study was the role of technology in citizen engagement in solving climate change. And this was when Mayor Paez was the chair of C40, which was the climate leadership group of cities around the world, which Boston is now a member of. And he specifically noticed that there was this disconnect between technology and citizen engagement in the climate change arena that could unlock a whole lot of motivational behaviors at the people scale. And this wasn't, let's create this giant central database and warehouse. It was, how do we engage? So citizen engagement was intentionally part of that trifecta. And that was a really interesting piece of work that, to your point, thinking about the applications in the developing world, I tend to agree with Nigel that we've oftentimes found it a lot easier to work in the developing world in many cities. Because there are less barriers, there's less regulation, there's less legislation that prevents you from doing things. Politics is easier to solve. And so actually Mayor Paez in Rio has been phenomenal at this. Curataba, also in Brazil around transportation and smart transportation, have been fantastic at this. So thinking in those lenses, we've been spending a lot of time trying to pull those lessons learned. We're a firm of 15,000 globally, 90 offices around the world, and applying that in different places. We are seeing this is my last slide, across the spectrum of sustainability policy technology interface. So we're seeing it, so cities is intentionally sort of that nexus that pulls everything together, but usually we enter the conversation from a particular service offering or system, from transportation, from utility, especially energy, from the commercial business, starting at a building, broadening out your portfolio, and talking about the full spectrum of a place. Major events are catalysts for these issues. We were intimately involved in London 2012 and set up sort of the digital infrastructure and the fiber backbone that then became the redevelopment of the city, as well as how we build. So talking about command and control, BIM versus GIS in terms of how we build and then use our sites and maintain them. But it usually gets back to the city's conversation. And we are working at scale in Massachusetts on some pretty exciting ones. One I can share publicly, we're working with L-Star on Union Point. Which is the massive redevelopment of the old Air Force Base down in Weymouth. They very intentionally hired a great firm to think about smart utility infrastructure. They know by necessity that that was never built for the scale of development, residential, commercial that they want. And so they are motivated to think differently. They're not an MWA community. The power and the water and the gas are not to the scale that you could ever have the development that they're envisioning. And they are long-term owners and thinking very proactively about this. And frankly, are stunningly public about their desire to be a smart city without yet having really defined what it means for them. And so we've come on board and trying to help them navigate that full spectrum, including everything from autonomous vehicles to, to thinking about digital control and reporting, to thinking about how they connect all their systems to find those multivariate opportunities for efficiency. So I think, from my perspective, that nexus of sustainability policy and technology is really where it's at these days. But it should not be technology driven. It should be policy driven, sustainability driven, and people driven. And technology is the means to the end. And far too often, you're going to see a service or an offering that's out there that is a solution looking for a problem, as opposed to saying, let's understand the dynamics of this place and understand what is necessary to accomplish the particular goals of this place at that nexus. Usually we're more successful if we start from that point. So with that, I will turn it over. I'm not sure who's next.
Brad.
Well, while we're getting the slide up, I wanted to say what a pleasure it is to be with Brian again, and Erica, I know very well, nice to meet you. And to say, Nigel, when you were talking about Mayor Menino, I was remembering a moment that I had. I worked for the city for 22 years, and so I overlapped a lot with, with Mayor Menino, and pretty much his entire term as mayor. And we were doing, I had him out for like a third in a row green building event where we were talking about the integration of architecture and engineering and how do you deal with the upfront soft costs of looking at a building design early in the process so that we would make green decisions. And he pulled me aside and he said, my people don't really understand what you're talking about. This woman who came out to this event today, she's lived on my street, Chesterfield Street, or next to me for 20 years, and if you don't improve the life of this woman today, I don't want you to come to work tomorrow. And in all honesty, that has really stayed with me because, you know, I work on, you know, sustainability and climate change issues for the city of Boston. And if I ever forget that we really are about plowing the streets, picking up the trash, educating the kids, dealing with public health emergencies, putting out the fires, our boss doesn't get reelected and we don't have a job. And, you know, but at the same time, municipal government is uniquely situated to appreciate how the nexus of these, you know, technology solutions, these, you know, worldwide concerns about sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions and how do we adapt for rising seas, if we don't figure out how to make those solutions relevant and done in a way that improves the lives of the mayor's neighbor, then we really aren't making progress. So let's see. Ostensibly, I'm talking about microgrids and district energy today. I'd almost wish that the framing of the discussion were public-private partnerships, just because the discussion came up before we started on how do we deal with this in the Trump era. And so I really want to make the point very quickly that you're hearing public-private partnerships thrown around in the discussion of the infrastructure bill in DC. And if I'm going to build a district energy microgrid in the Marine Park, which we are on our way to doing, and I'll get into the specifics of that, we're going to need a public-private partnership. But what I say to Mayor Walsh now is that I'm hoping that we can queue up our need for a public-private partnership in a way for this mayor to assert that those are good and necessary words that can be accomplished with an ideology of, you know, that reflects our values, the political party of the mayor as opposed to the political party of the current president, where you hear rightly that his public-private partnership idea is very much a giveaway to the very wealthy to privatize the public realm in a way that would has potentially permanent damage. And we want to do a public-private partnership to build a district energy microgrid in the Marine Park, and we want to do it in a responsible way where we need a private entity to design, build, operate, and then the key element that makes it different from what you hear about in DC is that there's a moment where there's a required negotiation for the possible transfer back to the public sphere of that asset. And without that, you get what you're hearing about from DC. And with it, you can have necessary and responsible public-private partnerships. District energy microgrids, I only have a minute. Why do we care about these things? We remember Sandy, and I hope you've seen the photographs of Manhattan. I only had 3 slides, so one of them would have been, the fourth one would have been Manhattan with the lights off below 57th Street, but Battery Park City stayed on because it had an islandable microgrid. And, you know, if we're going to talk about the role of technology in people, we're talking about life-saving, necessary opportunities for there to be electricity and heat and cooling that stays in localized energy systems. You know, the current paradigm that's ruled since Thomas Edison in the 1880s is you have a generation plant way, way far away. You have transmission lines where you lose 30% of your electricity. Then you have a substation and you have distribution lines, and then you flick the switch. If we're going to have a future that deals with the reality of climate change that's far more energy efficient and we hope will lower the total cost of energy to end users and really provide a cost of living for urban residents in Boston who are struggling with that, is that we can have localized power generation through combined heat and power that has a localized electricity distribution system that can be islanded from the grid. And if you have the full shebang, you have localized districts of thermal piping for thermal energy for your heating and cooling needs, and you can have these self-contained units. So we're trying to build one of these in the Great Flint Marine Park. I'll say quickly that the approach we've taken is something of a 3-dimensional chessboard. We wanted a real project on the ground. We've had policy development issues in the middle where we're dealing with an issue I'll get into hopefully briefly and then on the top, the community energy study that figures out how we can do this citywide. So we're trying to do what I just basically described in a real place, the Ray Flynn Marine Park in the South Boston waterfront. The policy challenge is that if we're gonna have these resilience and benefits, lower total cost of energy, reduced greenhouse gas emissions in anywhere other than where they currently exist, they're quite prevalent on single owner campuses, military bases, places where there are like a single meter, single owner. And you know, the places where we need this aren't served by single owners. And so we really need to solve a problem if we're gonna have these benefits locate anywhere other than single owner campuses. And so we've been working for years on the policy barriers to multi-owner microgrids. I'll just say we've had really successful stakeholder engagement workshops. We've come up with a business plan. We've come up with an understanding of the contractual agreements that we would need to actually deploy one of these things. And so I think we're ready to go. We need to understand better where all of these things can happen within the city. So the top level of our three-dimensional chessboard was this community energy study. What we did there was really leverage the horsepower of the MIT Sustainable Design Labs that have done energy modeling around for cities around the world. And they developed for us what we believe is the most granular energy demand map of any city in the world, 115,000 buildings, and we came up with 12, I'll just say very quickly, we would have loved to have done this with actual pulse meter data from every structure in the building, every structure in the city, but customer level energy use data is a big privacy issue. And so we just decided to go around it and model the energy data. We had 12 different building types to which we ascribed general sort of energy use profiles. We had 4 different eras in which those buildings were built, so we had 48 different types of modeled energy use that we connected to 115,000 buildings. And that allowed us to have this incredible 24/7, hour of the day energy model for the entire city of Boston. And then on top of that, there was this algorithmic tool developed by the Lawrence Berkeley National Labs called Distributed Energy Resources Customer Adoption Model, known as DERCAM. And DERCAM just sort of took its, Nigel, thank you for saying you're not a numbers guy. I'm allergic to numbers. So, how this happened, I'll never understand. But this algorithm just kind of swept through our energy model and looked for configurations of buildings where a suite of district energy microgrid technologies would be suitable based on the existing configuration of buildings in very specific hyper-local areas of the city. And we, to address, that technology needs to solve the problems of real people. We have this multi-owner, multi-user microgrids problem that we need to solve for commercial areas, for areas. But we also asked the algorithmic tool to look at concentrations of areas of affordable housing where a local district energy microgrid might actually help with the cost of living. And we asked the algorithm to look for areas where there are concentrations of what we sort of emergency preparedness clusters of like convenience stores, gas stations, community centers, where a district energy microgrid could serve very specific needs of emergencies. I did want to say that related to what Brian was talking about in terms of smart utilities down in Weymouth, we have a really exciting process where we're trying to take this effort to integrate energy system planning with the planning functions of Boston City government, which is kind of the sort of internal punchline of what I've been trying to do for many years. We're now trying to integrate energy, fiber, water, smart transport, utility planning for a specific build-out area of the city, the Dorchester Avenue corridor between Broadway and Andrew Red Line stations, the planned .ave area. So we have a real area of the city that is really going to be built out over the next 20 years. With 16 million square feet. It's going to be upzoned. It's currently an industrial corridor. It's for us in a city that, myth was laid out by cows. The streetscape was laid out by cow paths. Lovely myth. But we are building a new street, and that's an incredibly exciting opportunity for us because you know, what we said to Nigel's discussion of the smart city, multinational smart cities that came by the office, if I saw another one of those companies come in, and then they would come in as groups, and that was even worse. And they were like, we want to help you build a smart city. And I was like, then help us build a smart city. And, you know, the way we mean that is we want to build a smart city ready district. Like, you have solar ready design, you can build a building, you don't have the money to put on PV right now, at least you have a solar ready design. We want to build a smart city ready district. And the place where that's going to happen is in the street, the subsurface infrastructure, and the fact that energy, fiber, water, smart transport utilities are going to need to have some kind of subsurface pipe. You know, how do we design this? So we hired, you know, a big philanthropic grant. We were able to hire AECOM and a good consultancy team, and they're actually coming up with not exactly designs, but, you know, prototypes of exactly how the subsurface infrastructure could look to have energy, fiber, water, smart transport built out in this real district. We're looking for other districts and where we could actually try this out as well. So, very exciting time. For those of you who are in school and thinking about a career, I really commend municipal government to your serious consideration. I've really had a blast for the 22 years that I've been doing it, and I look forward to discussing these questions more.
And municipal government is where the things actually happen.
Yeah.
As opposed to my realm, which is policy. So I promised my day employer, the USDOT, that I would say that the views I'm about to express, mine as a professor, not the government's, all of that drill. I want to talk about sort of a policy framework. Transportation accounts, as many of you know, for about 1/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions. It's the fastest growing sector in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, both because of growing, we're driving more miles every year. There's more freight every year. When we order from Amazon and the brown truck pulls up to our door, there's more of that going on. And other sectors like industry and power generation have gone over to natural gas, and they can more directly access renewables. Transportation can, but only indirectly through electrification. So transportation is an important target for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And apologies to former students who are in the room, they've heard some of this. But I found this framework very, very appealing. There's really only three levers, three groups of actions that are applicable to climate and to greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. The first has to do with the carbon content of the fuel, what we're using. And so I have, you know, hydrogen. I also have an electric vehicle because, of course, the energy for electric vehicles has to come somewhere. And depending on the grid mix that's powering the electric vehicle, it could be, in theory, all from solar energy. It could also be, in theory, all from coal. So there's a great difference. There's a great spectrum of impact. So the carbon content of the fuel. Now, there's no such thing as a free lunch in nature and in physics. And one of the things to remember about lower carbon fuel, or in the case of hydrogen, zero carbon fuel, is that it also has a lower energy density. When you're talking about hydrocarbons, at least, when you reduce the carbon, you reduce the energy potential. So it doesn't mean it's bad, it just means that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and you will be burning more of that fuel per mile traveled than you will. I mean, gasoline is an incredible technology. This is not really necessarily a conspiracy theory that we all drive around in gas-powered cars. It's a remarkable technology with a lot of bad, you know, social impacts. The second category in this framework is fuel efficiency. You know, how efficiently we're using a unit of energy to get a unit of work done. And I have, you know, here a modern plug-in Prius, and this is the new Tesla, soon to be released Model 3 full electric car. So there are lots of different policies that can impact the fuel efficiency of our transport sector. Those range from, you know, the fuel efficiency standards that the federal government has been instrumental in promulgating for several decades. Those also could include, in my perfect world, carbon pricing for fuel to further encourage the development through the market of more efficient machines, more efficient ways of getting more work done for every unit of fuel we're producing. or, you know, transitioning over to, in theory at least, vehicles that can use fully carbon-free energy. And the third one, and this is what really often gets the most attention in planning circles, is what I call transportation, reducing the amount of fossil fuel travel. That can be vehicle miles traveled, it could be ton miles for freight, although freight, just as a brief aside, freight's a more difficult challenge because, at least today, we're not really at the point, even though we have passenger vehicles that can go 2 or close to 300 miles on a charge, we're not there for freight yet in terms of over the road, you know, the truck that's driving from LA to Boston with a load of lettuce kind of thing. We're still using diesel fuel. Now, we are seeing electrification in short distance drayage freight from the Port of Los Angeles or the Port of Long Beach to, you know, a break bulk facility. They're electrifying that. But these are the kind of things we often hear about, you know, reshaping cities, reinvesting in our transportation systems to make, to allow different kinds of travel, to allow travel that's less dependent on petroleum-powered or fossil fuel-powered vehicles. And those can range from, you know, policies to encourage and facilitate biking to, in the lower left there, sort of better mixed use, complete street design where pedestrians and cars can mingle, but it's safer for pedestrians. And of course, you know, transit. And the magic of transit is that you can put a lot of people in one vehicle. You know, a bus gets about 4 miles to the gallon, which is terribly inefficient out of per vehicle mile. But if you have 45 people in the bus, you do the division, and the carbon per passenger is very low. So I think I'll stop there. I find this framework very helpful, whether you're thinking about public policy or the kinds of things that private industry can do, or the things that public-private partnerships can accomplish. There's really only 3 groups of actions you can take, and that's good because it gives us a framework to think about these.
I won the award for the fewest slides. My name is Erica Madison. I will not be using slides. I'm the legislative director at a nonprofit organization called the Environmental League of Massachusetts. We do statewide policy advocacy on protecting our land, air, and water. I want to talk with you about how to have impact, because I think most of you, if not all of you, want to have impact on things that you care about. I grew up a couple minutes from here in Brookline, and I grew up believing that I had the power to have impact. And why is that? I learned from my parents' example, who've been working on open space issues in Brookline and Boston with the Emerald Necklace, which is the chain of parks that goes through Brookline and Boston. Been working on open space issues for about 40 years, and I've been able to literally out my window growing up see the transformation that took place thanks to them and people they worked with and organizations they worked with and the advocacy that they did to really change what was basically a community liability, which was a park that was not well cared for and had not had appropriate investments made in it. Really transform into a community asset, something that has increased property value, something that has increased quality of life for people, something that has gone from being a divider, which is what I don't believe parks should be, into a bridge, which is what I do believe parks should be. So to help people get from point A to point B, whether they're biking or walking, not something that's actually making it harder to get from point A to point B. And so the amount of investments they were able to leverage on the federal, state, and local levels for this piece of open space, working with partners over the years, just very influential for me as a child. So fast forward, I was involved in many environmental initiatives from my youth on up through today. And what I want to kind of leave you with is that you can have impact. And that one of the most, kind of the ways that I recommend having impact is focusing on your local community. Because obviously climate change and all kinds of issues are international issues that know no man-made boundaries, but there are a lot of things right here that need our attention, right? So whether it's you care about transportation issues, open space issues, clean water, climate change, air quality, food production, whatever it is you care about, there's stuff right here that needs you. Or wherever you live, there are issues that need you. So I'm going to do a quiz, which is I want you to think about if you have a kind of what you consider to be your permanent residence, we'll consider these questions for that, since I'm sure we have students from all over the place who don't think of this as their permanent residence. So thinking of your permanent residence, I want you to raise your hand if you know who all of your elected officials are. On the municipal level, on the state level, on the national level, okay, or if you live, in this area, do you know who all those people are? Okay, so I'm not seeing a lot of hands going up, which proves my theory, which is that a lot of us in the world do not know the people who represent us. Now I want you to think about where you live, if you're living here, kind of, more short term, if you're a student at BU, maybe you're here for a few years or a semester. I want you to think about this place, and I want you to raise your hand if you know the people who represent you where you are living right now on the local, state, and federal, and I'm not seeing any hands, right? So this really proves my point, which is that my work as a lobbyist, as an environmental protection lobbyist, is very focused on relationships. And there's a reason for that. I can't go up to a legislator and start talking with them about a bill or an issue if they've never met me before and there's no trust and they don't know anything about me or my organization. Why are they really going to listen to me? Why are they going to care what I have to say? Why are they going to trust that what I'm saying is legitimate or So it's the exact same if you're not a lobbyist. If you're a person who just cares about stuff and you want to have an impact, how are you possibly going to influence people if you don't know who they are and if they don't know who you are? So the very first thing you have to do, obviously, is know who represents you. Even if you're only going to be here for a few years, I urge you to go on wheredoivoteMA.com, type in your address, and find out who represents you. And go on the city council website and look at which district you're in. Because somebody can't possibly represent you if they don't know that you're their constituents. If they don't know that you live in their district, they can't represent your interests. They can't go work on legislation that's important to you because they don't know you. And so not only do you need to know who represents you, you need to then start to build a relationship with them. Because it's not just enough for you to know that they exist and that they are your elected officials. They need to know that you exist, right? And they need to know what's important to you. So step 2 in my kind of activism or advocacy guidebook here is for you to start to form a relationship with the people who elect you, who represent you. And it's very easy to start to do this. You can follow them on social media. You can sign up for their e-newsletters. A lot of them have these. You can go to their coffee hours when they do like office hours in your district. Maybe it's at a library or a community center, senior center, coffee shop. You can go and you can introduce yourself and you can tell them what you're involved in, what you're interested in. You can find out what they're working on and you can start to build that relationship. And so those are a couple just very basic things that I urge everybody to do if it's important to you to have an impact. And then you start to work with them on the issues that are important to you and you can, go from there. But you really need to have that foundation before you even go beyond that and start really trying to lobby them on things you care about. And then how I want to kind of relate that to what the theme of today's symposium is about is that I believe that activism is crucial for us to achieve in the near future the kinds of things that we've been talking about here today. So when we think about where our energy comes from right now, our water, when we think about our transportation systems, when we think about our food production, any of these kinds of things, the old model has been that these were very centralized resources, right? Large corporations are controlling these resources upon which we are dependent, and we are subject to the whims of the market, of shareholders, of the decisions that the CEOs make, of all these different things. They're totally not, within most of our kind of everyday power. And so we are very susceptible to all kinds of different forces. We are not really being very self-determining or self-sufficient. And if you compare that to a model of democratization of these resources, of decentralization, of localization, the kinds of things that we've been hearing about today, it's just a very different kind of worldview and a different paradigm. But if we as activists, as active citizens, feel that it is in our interest to be able to get more of our food from 20 miles away as opposed to 2,000 miles away, if we think that it's better for us to be able to, kind of get around using some of the modes of transportation that Josh was talking about, and instead of having to sit in traffic for an hour on a highway in the morning and at night to get where we're going, and so forth and so on. If we think that our energy production would be better for us if it were more local and we had more control over it and it's tapping into renewable resources like the sun and wind, then we need to be stepping up. And I've seen the impact that this can have. My organization, the Environmental League, was instrumental last session on Beacon Hill, influencing what ended up being in some pretty major energy legislation. And had we not been working collaboratively with other organizations and people who care about having a clean energy future and moving away from fossil fuels, I can say that the legislation would look pretty different, and that would have pretty major consequences for Massachusetts. Because of the work that we did, that we helped to usher in, we are going to have more offshore wind in Massachusetts. We are fighting against the push of money to interest to have more fossil fuel infrastructure in Massachusetts, to expand gas pipelines, because we believe that energy efficiency and conservation and renewable energy are the kind of clean energy future that we need to be creating for having healthy and sustainable communities. So basically my point is that activism can help us get to this localization, democratization, and decentralization faster, because the big corporations want to hold on to the power and they don't want that to happen. But if we organize and we advocate and we build those relationships with our elected officials, and we can make a compelling case, we can push back against the big corporations and the forces that are trying to maintain the status quo and prevent us from creating a sustainable, healthy future.
So we're scheduled to end about now, but I think that, there's a reason I made the tea and networking an hour after, because I suspected that there would be some good conversation. And it's really fantastic to hear from all four on the panel and sort of get a sense of where they're coming from. And I think in a way we have covered some of the larger questions and the in-betweens, but I think this might be a question which I would open up the time, but then I would encourage that everybody sort of jump in. The question is that how can we as a, we already know that there's this problem with the technology and so on. So how do we as a society better sort of align ourselves with the technologies via the policy vehicles? And frankly, I think there's a, finer sort of analysis or question we can get at. Do we really need to be at the forefront of that technology, or does policy follow the pace of the city and sort of what's available? So if not, there could be cases where it could be, there could be cases where not, but I'd just love to know what you have to say about that.
It's a good question. In my opinion, it's a policy that should protect against people being detrimentally impacted by unintended consequences of testing technology. Beyond that, policy should get out of the way, right? Because we want to spur innovation. You're going to spend the resources and time fighting something that will eventually happen anyway. And anytime we try to stop technology, usually we lose and we don't get those resources and time back. Instead of figuring out how do you protect against the unintended consequences, make sure everybody is participating at their level. I'm not an early adopter. But I understand the policies that allow early adopters to be, right? And I'm the last, I like to have the second model of the phone and the second model of the car. But other folks want to be at the leading edge, and that's totally fine. We need to, and we're at that forefront now, figuring out Massachusetts autonomous vehicles and pilot. Do we want to have folks identify themselves as willing to participate in an autonomous vehicle shuttle pilot, or do we want to just open it up to the public and have signage saying, if you get on, you're signing on to that? There are really interesting conversations about how we promote that. But I do think Massachusetts in particular has been at the forefront of energy technology, clean tech, to the point where we now have more clean tech jobs in Massachusetts than there are coal mining jobs in the entire country. Right? And yet all you hear about nationally is coal mining jobs. There are between 60 and 70,000 coal mining jobs in the U.S. There are over 100,000 clean tech jobs in Massachusetts today. So there's this disconnect where, and that's why you don't hear anybody fighting for that. We don't have coal, but that dynamic is different. And so I think there are examples of this in smart economic policy. We need to deal with the transition. So there are winners and losers and the users of technology and the providers of them. But we need to understand that we should focus our efforts in dealing with that transition, not in stopping the adoption of technology, because we're very likely to fail.
I think that's a very, very cogent way to say it. Public policy, in my opinion, can play an important role in setting performance standards. Here's what we, regardless of how the technology comes out or whatever you want to do, who's going to adopt first, here are the minimum safety standards, here are the minimum social equity standards. Public policy can also perhaps help in seeding research to do some proving that's focused on the longer term social impacts that maybe individual companies aren't, and frankly, maybe shouldn't even be expected to be paying attention, but I completely agree that beyond that, get out of the way, and I think above all, the public sector probably should, the public sector does not have a good track record where they pick winners. We're going to invest in an innovation center that's going to do 3D printing in Iowa. Why? Right? So set social goals and then let the market do what it does. I would agree with that.
But I would add, there's been phenomenal success in creating spaces for incubation.
Right.
Right, so providing the toolboxes. So I just came back from Los Angeles.
Create the opportunity.
The next time you guys get out of Los Angeles, go visit the LA Clean Tech Incubator. They have 40 startups by different levels of membership having access to data centers, wet labs, trial spaces for robotics, because at a certain scale, that it only makes sense at a certain economy of scale, right? And so the ability to sort of sign a membership and get a couple of hours access into a wet lab, as opposed to having to fund one yourself and raise VC, is phenomenally beneficial. And I think the right role, you're not picking the winner and loser, you're saying, right, I want to pick innovation, right, I want to fund that, and then we'll see where it goes.
And the next time you're in Somerville, go to Greentown Labs, because that's the local version of that and cheaper to get to than California. So, and it's the largest, what is it, the largest clean tech incubator, I think, in the country. And they're actually, oh, not anymore, okay, but they're also,
That's site visit for next year.
yeah, they're also expanding now, so
LA.
there are a lot of companies in there, because they're also expanding.
That's great.
Thank you.
Well, I just, my perspective from municipal government is that we're uniquely situated to use projects to solve policy barriers. And I really believe strongly in learning by doing. And I get quite impatient with policy frameworks, similar impatience with the multinational smart city technology companies that want to sell us platforms. They're sort of analogous in my mind. And what my career has been about has been recognizing that if at municipal government, if you can convince local leadership, if you can convince the local community, if you can secure the resources and pull the building permit, you can get in the ground. And by doing that, you can really push all layers of society, local, state, federal, to sort out the policy barriers that would otherwise be in the way of the next time that project was done. We did that with the first green building in Boston. We were able to get in the ground, and we learned so much from the first instance of actually having an engineered stamped drawing be approved by our building department for a structure without a boiler or a furnace, because it was the first time that a geothermal heat pump was going to provide the energy of a building. And so you could have had policy discussions on how to solve that problem for years, and it would never have gotten anywhere. But because it was a real project that needed to get a certificate of occupancy for it to operate, to be built and everything else, we actually had to go through that very real world example of a very specific barrier. But then once in the ground, what we had learned by doing that, we were able to then extrapolate into a year-long policy discussion that engaged all the stakeholders involved in real estate finance, architects, engineers, and we used that to come up with the first in the nation private building, green building requirements. And so a project resulted in citywide policy. And that insight has really shaped my career. So I'm trying to do that with a district energy microgrid, because if we can actually get in the ground with actually building one, it will force all layers of society to sort through these barriers that otherwise, if you were trying to solve them all before you broke ground, you would never get there. So that's
Boston Nature Center?
yeah, the Boston Nature Center. Yeah. And
That's
we
a
were
great
able,
place for people to go visit.
yeah, in
Boston
Mattapan,
Nature Center.
And, you know, I'll just point out that we were not able to, as government, to procure a green design when we started that in 1999. We had to transfer that, that design and construction process to the nonprofit that operates in Mass Audubon, because at the time, the statutes did not allow for integrated design build. You had to have a separate procurement for design and a separate procurement for construction. It wasn't, the building was dedicated in 2002, and in 2003, the state legislature authorized design build procurement. And actually, right now, analogously, I'm trying to build a district energy microgrid, and I have to go to the legislature to get project-specific permission to procure any kind of public-private partnership. Yeah, and, you know, I actually can appreciate why the legislature wants to hold a level of sort of project-specific, like yay or nay, because these public-private partnerships, as I tried to allude to briefly, are very volatile in terms of their impact on society and democracy. But, you know, I believe very strongly in them. Unless we figure out how these technology solutions generate cash flow where we can have project finance, where the projects essentially pay for themselves, we simply cannot expect American society to capitalize the improvements to our cities to prepare for climate change. We have got to solve these problems. And
what you're saying makes, you know, absolute sense, and you've almost answered the question that I was going to raise is, you know, of course there is a policy barrier, but through these demonstration projects, we've actually managed to take the first step, and then that sort of transforms into policy over time. So apart from sort of the demonstration project aspect, are there, you know, you also talk about sort of market forces, public-private partnerships and things like that. Are there some particular sort of ingredients to the mix which is going to make it happen as successfully as you have managed to do with these than others? So if we were looking at sort of creating policy or going to the next step with a new technology, then what would be, from a city government person's point of view, what would be those things that we need to have in order to be able to, you know, break through the initial policy barriers? Or in other words, you know, how do you manage to do all the wonderful things that you've done in such a short time? So, for example, the Dorchester corridor and so on.
Well, that one, it's an interesting story of being able to engage philanthropy, because in all honesty, you just really can't ask the mayor to, you know, with a squeezed capital and operating budget, to carve out, you know, that's a $300,000 one-year process. And, but, you know, it also took the fact that we had several years of experience of having philanthropically funded energy system planning, which I work in the city side. This is a bit bureaucratic for a second, but this energy planner was purposely planted at the Boston Planning and Development Agency. I made a dangerous career out of planting people in bureaucracies I don't work with. But, you know, that was done on purpose because we wanted energy system planning to get integrated with the planning functions of city government. And so we were able, with you know, that kind of internal acceptance, to expand that into the energy, fiber, water, smart transport, integrated utility planning. And this was happening just as Mayor Walsh, who believes in planning, was doing the first citywide planning process in 50 years. And we were in very serious ways looking for growth districts. And so the notion of district energy and integrated utility planning for a smart city district fit with the idea of finding areas of the city like the Fenway corridor, or, you know, where there's obviously new cities rising from where there had been sort of industrial corridors. And so we were able to, and I think what was absolutely vital was that we had an actual area of the city that's going to be built out. So we're getting actual cost benefit analyses of our smart utility technologies based on the topography, based on the real world of where these are going to be built. So But I just quickly would say, the overall answer is, I think we need to figure out how we're gonna pay for these things. And, you know, I'm old enough to remember that it's been since 1981, and I'll say since the Reagan administration really just started to dismantle, this is a personal opinion, dismantle the notion of the public sphere. You know, we just don't, you know, we now expect developers to build streets and build parks and stuff. And so, you know, that's just the world we work in. But we now have to realize that if we are going to build things that have very necessary sort of public impact to address climate change, we're gonna have to figure out how to develop the public-private partnerships, the project finance, the cash flows that can be captured to at least help capitalize these improvements.
So I guess I would push back on that.
Of course you would.
But, I mean,
Yes, Brian.
I mean, speaking as a recovering city hall official, the problem is government, right? I mean, the problem isn't that these economic models don't exist, they exist. And the problem is not accessing private sector capital, it's that the public sector can't figure out how to get it out of its own way to allow for the right types of partnerships and public-private partnerships to happen.
Hence my
So it's
question,
not
what
like,
do you do
I think
differently?
so my answer would be
Yes,
like
yes.
courageous politicians who
Yes,
leave the special
champions of
interests
the
at the
system,
door when they start
absolutely.
talking about how you sponsor innovation. And I think the underlying from Brett's comments, a lot of what Boston was able to do happened, one, because we've had a series of mayors and leadership that have allowed innovation to happen, but also, most important, we had a phenomenal philanthropic leader willing to put real money into this.
Very, very.
And so, you know, we have a, you know, frankly, I mean, we have a $1 billion plus budget in the city of Boston. The fact that we can't carve out, well, I was taking schools out of it.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah, all right.
So I'll leave schools because that's a disaster in and of itself.
Boy, you don't work for the mayor anymore, do you?
If you want to see what a structural budget deficit looks like, look at the school budget. But, you know, on the private sector, on the rest of the budget, to say we can't carve out money to give innovation and allow technology the space to fail, right? And I worked for, and this should be apolitical. My first job was working for Christy Todd Whitman down
There's
in
no
Washington.
such thing, but,
Well, I used to, but I used to work for Christy Todd Whitman down in Washington, when she was administrating EPA. And I worked for the Office of Innovation, which they just took Gore's idea, which is reinvention, and relabeled it. And that's all you have to do to keep offices going, but budget funded, you just take the term that is bothering folks and rename it. And she said, we need to give our folks permission to fail when they're investing in technology and innovation, including especially in the public sector. That everything can't be a win, because if you need to be 99% certain that something's gonna work, you are never gonna be innovative. Right. You're always gonna use the last solution, be risk averse, and then we'll never make progress. And so I think there's an important dynamic there. The private sector is always innovative, because if you're not moving forward, you're dying. The public sector is the area where we need to change that and adopt some more private
It
sector.
depends on the city, I suppose.
I would say there are almost 0 cities globally that are doing enough around, that are reaching their potential around sponsoring innovation and technology, solving sustainability issues. It is usually the children. I would say that's one that I think you could argue is at the forefront, but again, they're given certainty. So which one?
Singapore. So that's great, that's great. You know, I just want to sort of shift the discussion a bit and take it to the specific example of driverless or automated vehicles, because that's sort of been in our psyche a lot, because, you know, we're trying to decide whether we need this thing, we love this thing, we want this thing, but we're fearful of this thing. So there's all these issues, and of course, sort of underlying issues of access to this kind of automated technology, as well as sort of the inequity issues. And I think, I don't know which conversation it was, but somebody talked about the first mile and the last mile problem, and of course that is also associated with this whole automation. So just to sort of open it up to the panel, but more specifically for Josh to start off with this. Josh, in your sort of experience, you know, where do you see sort of the opportunities for this to really happen mainstream, and what are the issues of equity that may, you know, come up, and what are the real problems? Why is this? It's a thorny situation, and we can't really figure out what's the right policy.
Right, well, and no one knows the answers to these questions yet, which is why simultaneously is so interesting and also so challenging. I guess I would also add that I don't know that we necessarily should be assuming that we we want to go in one direction or the other. Although from the federal level and from many state levels, there is a push to, we certainly don't want to hinder technological development, but maybe I'm in a minority, but I'm not yet ready to make a decision about whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. I think there's a tremendous amount of research that still needs to be done about to try to understand before it's public. I think demonstration projects are absolutely, we need to be, we should be doing more of those. But so some of the issues have to do with, fundamental issues have to do with, whether or not automated transportation is really going to add to sustainability or go the other direction. There are a lot of scenarios that are played out in which, well, if no one needs to own a car and we can hail a ride every time we need one, people will drive less because they'll be paying for every ride. That might be the case. I think you could just as forcefully argue that an automated vehicle substantially lowers, or in some cases eliminates, the opportunity cost of travel. So then why wouldn't you move even further from your job, because now you can work or sleep or whatever in your car. So there are, I don't think anyone knows the answer to whether or not it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I think on the safety front, 94% of vehicle crashes are caused by human error. So to the extent that the technology eliminates human error, maybe we can agree that it's a good thing. In terms of equity, I think automation by itself doesn't necessarily lead to equity issues. I think what we see though is the discussions at least tend to couple automation with this mobility on demand concept, where you take out your smartphone and you punch in and a ride comes, which is really no different than Uber, except that it eliminates the labor cost, and so therefore these services in theory will be more available. But if you have to have a smartphone to access it, that's one area where there's a potential inequity gap. Now, smartphone ownership is approaching ubiquity, but that doesn't mean that everybody, and it depends where you look. There are lots of populations that have access to that and can't afford the monthly data fee. So if our transportation system becomes, and I don't know if it will, but if it becomes oriented around mobility on demand, you have to have a smartphone to access that. That could leave a lot of folks, and potentially the people who most need access to mobility flexibility, that could leave them out in the cold. So that's, I think, an important issue.
It would be interesting to see, kiosks around where you can punch in something, stick your credit card in, or maybe not even a credit card, and so you don't even need a smartphone. They just be in certain areas, and then you could get a card from the field that way. I mean, there's, I think, a whole bunch of ways we can address these, and one of the things that's most interesting to me about the issue, and there is legislation, for those of you who are interested in what's happening in Massachusetts on this, there is legislation that has to do with this issue. But for me, one of the most interesting pieces is what could this mean in terms of cleaner air? Because there could be, laws that basically say if you're going to have an autonomous vehicle, it has to meet certain criteria, right? So the scary thing to me is that on the federal level, we're moving away from standards and that protect our health, and so it really becomes all the more important for states to lead the way and cities to lead the way in terms of setting some parameters so that we don't just end up with more emissions, but we actually end up with less emissions and cleaner air by the kinds of rules that can be created.
The challenge there, and this I think gets to the crux of the debate about technology versus policy, is, at least in our current framework, emissions and fuel efficiency regulations regulate the vehicle. They don't regulate vehicle use, and I'm not suggesting they necessarily should, but I think the projections that I've seen about sort of the dystopian projections about a world ruined by autonomous vehicles have very little to do with the efficiency or the cleanliness of the vehicles themselves. They have to do with the tribal demand stimulating effects of those vehicles, and so we could perhaps there have to be even tighter regulations of the vehicle themselves. But this is a great example of where policy is targeting one thing because that's what it can target. Technology is creating all these other forces that change behavior and potentially reshape cities, maybe for the better, maybe for the worse.
And the policies can either come kind of in a way before some of the technology and then shape how the technology is designed and built. But then you also the other way, which is the technology already exists to some extent, and then the policies are trying to react to.
Right,
the
and
technology. So it's an
that
interesting-
latter case is where we are, because the technology and driverless cars is one of many examples of where it's just, I don't know if it's exponential, but it's, you know, the rate of change is accelerating every day, which is great, but it creates technology, it creates policy challenges.
But I think sometimes we wind up confusing the issues and expect technology to sort of solve problems that it wasn't designed to.
Right.
So the truth of it is, the solution to get to zero carbon living is we need to electrify everything. That's it. That technology exists. We have wireless bus recharging happening in London today that we designed and involved in a pilot, and it charges in 15 minutes while the bus driver's taking his required break, and then it keeps on going 16 hours a day. We don't have a technology problem in electrification. We have an economics and policy.
Right.
And the economics is just that we haven't appreciated the economics of the value of it because we're still externalizing most of the costs of the carbon.
Right.
But we don't know, we need maybe a little bit more. We can talk about, you know, the fuel behind hydrogen. Hydrogen's a conveyance of it. It's like, you know, it holds energy. It doesn't create it itself. But the reality is we need to electrify heating. We need to electrify transportation. And that's the only way to get there.
And then we need to power that electricity through that. Then we need to power that electricity through lower carbon fuels.
And whether or not, you know, how efficient that is, frankly, from a policy perspective, right? And you heard me say this in the city. I don't actually care how much energy buildings use as long as it's zero carbon.
Right.
The private sector should figure that out. But it has to be zero carbon. So if you want to spend a ton of money on energy you're not using to keep all your lights on and your windows open, but you're 100% carbon neutral, fine. The public sector should not care, right? And so we're having so AVs they have other potential challenges around sort of public realm and how much is devoted to roadway and big streets. But from a carbon perspective, it doesn't matter to me.
Right.
It's how
As long as they're
electric
electric.
right?
As long as they're electric.
Did you?
Yeah, well, this is the moment where I'm often the skunk at the garden party. Because, you know, I used to, Brian used to be my boss, so I've lived through many of these moments, so let's just snap our fingers and make it happen, but,
That look, I can well.
yeah, no, I should say no, never have to, yeah. Get government out of the way. Speaking specifically on district energy microgrids, I believe in the electrified future. And I wonder how we're going to, in a practical way, get there. Right now, I don't think it would be a responsible decision for a mayor to power a new area of the city with renewable energy and battery storage and expecting that to serve all the commercial and residential needs of that new district. We're not quite there yet. So, you know, I'm promoting the use of natural gas, which has become the dirtiest word in Massachusetts. And here's one pitch I want to make, which is that if we're going to genuinely have an electrified future, it would help us during this transition period if we figured out how to capitalize the cost of dealing with thermal piping now, because it would be a hell of a lot easier to get to that electrified carbon neutral district if we had piping in the ground and then changed the, you know, we had the green grid and we're really ready to make that transition, and just change the fuel input of the currently natural gas fired combined heat and power. Combined heat and power generates electricity and uses the heat byproduct of that to heat and cool. And it is extremely more efficient use of fossil fuels than any other. But it is a fossil fuel, and it does raise the questions of how does Massachusetts deal with, you know, do we support anything that uses natural gas, which might actually get into the debate about do we need another pipeline? And, you know, I would hope that we would not, that it doesn't have to be like kill all the natural gas fired combined heat power district energy locations because we don't want another pipeline. I don't want another pipeline either, but I do think that there's a role to play with this. You know, it would be very expensive to go back to that carbon neutral district and go structure by structure by structure by structure to retrofit.
Right.
And so, you know, one of the challenges that we have right now is like, how do you make that argument that there are these sort of bridge we have to live through these bridge moments. We, despite what my very brilliant boss always suggests, we just can't snap our fingers and get everything out of the way. And,
On the natural gas point, I mean, it's important for those of us who don't know kind of about what the state's energy mix is. Already more than half of the state's energy is coming from natural gas. So it's not like we don't use any. We use a ton. We use a lot.
which is
of natural gas.
responsible for our grid mix being a hell of a lot cleaner than it was.
And it, you know, it's a step in the right direction, but when you think about diversification and the steps, you know, which direction are we headed in for the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, we can sink billions of dollars into more fossil fuel infrastructure, which would be gas pipelines, or we can say, hey, you know, we're probably being pretty wasteful with energy a whole lot of the time, whether you think about the residential sector, whether you think about transportation, whether you think about industry, whatever, you know, piece of the pie you think of our energy consumption, which is part of why the Environmental League, we're pushing for legislation that would require home energy audits at the point of sale, which is similar to, you know, we'd love to work more closely with the city to really push this. And the city did, you know, an excellent job as a leader passing the, what's called BERDA, the Building Energy Rating and Disclosure Ordinance a few years ago, which is basically just to get the large commercial buildings to report on their energy consumption, because what you measure, you manage. And if you're not even tracking, and I know this because I used to do this for Suffolk University, you know, when I started as their sustainability coordinator, nobody had any idea how much energy we were using. Nobody was tracking it. Nobody was even checking to make sure that, like, we were using what we were paying for. We were just millions of dollars going out the door, and nobody was trying to do anything to bring that consumption down. And then we started creating a sustainability program. We started doing energy conservation competitions in the residence halls. We started telling buildings what, you know, how much energy they were using and so forth and so on. We started doing retrofits, and we were able to save millions of dollars and bring our energy consumption down substantially. There are opportunities like that all over the place in Massachusetts that we're not capitalizing on, let alone if you go around for a day trip and you look at how many solar panels you see on roofs. I mean, there are tons of roofs that don't have solar that are good candidates for solar that don't have it yet. So before we think about more fossil fuels, I would say there's so much being left on the table right now that would create local jobs, that would contribute to cleaner air, that could be more equitable, that lies in conservation, efficiency, and renewable energy.
Completely agree. Completely agree.
So I-
So I got one framework, another framework.
That's
So, of course.
Actually, the question was going to be posed to you.
Well, if I don't answer it, you can fire another one. But for me, like the primary metric, connecting the policy, technology, and sustainability debate is identify your goals. And if in Massachusetts and Boston we set a goal of carbon neutrality by mid-century, which I think is absolutely fundamentally necessary, and everything else has to tie to that, then whatever infrastructure decisions we are making in terms of fuel source or transportation has to be, does it keep open the possibilities of hitting that? Or is that something we need to change between now and then? And if we need to change it, then we need to underwrite the full cost of decarbonizing whatever that infrastructure is in the decision we're making today. Because if we don't, we're just adding another externalized cost on somebody else down the line. And so we talk about mid-century like it's a long way away. It's 33 years away. Right. The vast majority of folks in this room will be alive when we're hitting that, saying whether or not we're successful or not, right? And so
We shouldn't
it's
call it
really
mid-century anymore, we should just say, you know.
within the next 30 years.
Within the next 30 years.
So-
Mid-century mark.
So if we're underwriting infrastructure decisions around power plants, around grid, around transportation, that we expect to be around for 40 or 50 years, we have no choice but to make sure they are at least convertible to carbon neutrality today.
And on the statewide level, we have a commitment through the Global Warming Solutions Act to reduce emissions 25% by 2020 and 80% by 2050, which my organization has also been very active in trying to getting passed into law, and then trying to make sure we're on track to meet those requirements for the future. So there's like local reasons and statewide reasons to be moving in that direction and taking these things into account as decisions are made.
And there are threads in it. To get a success rate, I think the Salem Natural Gas Power Plant that CLF negotiated, there's the first power plant built in the Iceland grid that has a pre-negotiated decommissioning date. Yeah. And that was the only way CLF would sue. Is by saying this power plant has to decommission before mid-century. And if it doesn't pay for itself based on that economic life cycle, you can't do it. And lo and behold, they figured out a way to make it work. And I think the challenge to designers is to help us build carbon neutral ready designs.
And that's a perfect segue. What all of you said is we'll say the final question for the day, but please feel free to expand. But during my conversation with Brian, which was just day before yesterday in the evening, he spoke about this idea of future-proofing. And so, future-proofing, of course, it technically means something, but future-proofing in a larger sense means many things, from the social angle, from the technology angle, and so on. So I would just like to open it up to all the panelists, maybe 2 sentences. It's not going to happen, but just really short. What does future-proofing mean to you within this context in your work? And that's sort of the question. So Brian, do you want to start with it, since you're the one who's got this one? Yes.
So when we do a lot of so it's a smart cities term that we use, but it has a much broader connotation. But basically, from the 2 slides that I showed, we don't know what we don't know from a technology standpoint. So how do we make, as a prerequisite to all of our smart cities and digital consulting and technology consulting, that embed that concept and make sure that to the degree possible, we have future-proofed our place-based designs. So we're consultants in the built environment. And so when people come and say, okay, the big ideas are nice, and we don't sell widgets, we don't sell platforms, they want to know how big a conduit do I put in the street to allow for all future technology? Where do I put my gas? How do I get wireless in the most efficient way? How many folks wired their houses for surround sound system and then realize that 10 years later, that's a whole lot of wire that you never need, right? So how do you think about future-proofing these assets for digital technology? The other giant layer is future-proofing for climate change. So whatever we put in has to the precautionary principle to the degree certain, be resilient and adaptable to our expected future climate. Because if not, then we may have put in the right capacity for technology and smart, but it's in the wrong location and will fail us when we need it most. So we spend a lot of time working with companies, working with cities, working with technology developers on sort of future-proofing, because we now still big changes. We don't know what we don't know. We know what we don't know. Rumsfeld. So he actually said something wise.
The access of evil, not you.
You never know. Well, I'll just build on what Brian just said, just to point out that, we're trying to use the plan to build out a real district to make real in a way that works for the development of the city that we all live in right now, this notion of smart city ready design. And
that's certainly future-proofing.
And a lot of our weekly discussions with the team, with the consultant team, and with the, we have the water utility, we have the Department of Public Works, we have the Boston Planning and Development Agency, we have transportation, we have energy. It's just the weekly meetings themselves are just really stimulating stakeholder engagement sessions. And a lot of our discussions are around exactly that kind of example. We don't know what we don't know. Like what won't need to be wired, and how do we think about design to as best we possibly can, maybe even just leave space for what we can't imagine might happen, assuming space will be needed, and to build on Nigel Jacobs' point, this was our response to a very real frustration that he hit upon. There was a reason why that New Urban Mechanics office came up with, as he put it, that snarky response to the multinational, companies, which is, don't come to us with platforms, don't expect our city to solve your corporate problems, because it's really annoying. And so I sat through so many facilitated meetings of the smart city, collaborations of smart city companies, and our response to that was to say, all right, then we need to figure out in a very real way what this means for the subsurface infrastructure that's going to go into this actual district. And so again, I'll make the pitch for project-based policy development. If we actually get in the ground and we build this project, it will force city government to figure out how to get out of its own way. And I actually
because I'm trying to actually get funding to get a prefab house into Jamaica Plain into a sort of plot
Oh, good luck.
and be able to use it as a demonstration project and actually move in.
Yeah.
Because we've suddenly realized that our, whatever, 1,400 square foot home is too big for two people.
And prefab housing will raise
Yes,
all these
really
union
is,
issues.
so I'm trying to,
and
so
how-
the
how
demonstration
do I-
aspect
Good
is
luck.
like, that's my next big goal, so we're going there.
Yeah.
So just, last few words, and I think specifically with Erica, sort of this idea of future-proofing for equity, social future-proofing.
Yeah, I would
how
go back
how
to-
the communities do that.
to the concepts that I mentioned earlier of decentralization, localization, that in order for communities to be more resilient and really meet their needs in an affordable and equitable and healthy and sustainable way, that we need to look at bringing the resources to our communities and not looking at getting everything from, thousands of miles away or even hundreds of miles away, but how do we create systems so that we are meeting our own needs in a more localized way, which will insulate us from things that happen further away, whether it's impacts of climate change or other things, but we will be more self-sufficient, we'll be more resilient if we can kind of meet our own needs locally.
Josh,
I'll be
any
real
last-
quick, yeah, just from the point of view of transportation.
Sure.
I think future-proofing means understanding that it's very different because the technology is a very different paradigm now. For example, if we're going to electrify the transportation sector, now we have to understand how transportation connects to the grid and how a smart grid is going to be necessary to enable that. So from the point of view of transportation, we really have to just rethink pretty much everything we've previously thought about. It's an entirely new it's a new paradigm now.
It's also interesting. So we could continue the conversation. I think we have a little coffee and some lots of sweet things. It will be wonderful. And so I just want to encourage the people in the audience as well as my students. I know they don't have a lot of time and they might be rushing off, but don't feel shy to introduce yourselves so that you can at least tap into their wisdom and feedback at later points in your life. So thank you so much.
Thank you.